see the dark? Can you fix the broken? Can you feel the save my blasted soul? Will you wait for that? I'm sorry, brother, so sorry, lover. Forgive me, father, I love you, mother. Can you hear the silence? Can you see the dark? Can you fix a broken? Can you feel the they know how to swing. I'm scared to get close and I hate being alone. I long for that feeling to not feel it all. The higher I get, the lower I'll sink. I can't drown my demons, they know how to swim. I'm scared to get close and I hate being alone. I long for that feeling to not feel it all. The higher I get, the lower I'll sink. I can't drown my demons, they know how to swim.
Yo. Today we have G2 and MIBR. And after that we have Sentinel Loud. So 2 good games.
Amigos eu ganhei, perdi, são coisas da vida. O que me dói é minha família longe. Torcedores falham, outros me motivam. Vou persistir nessa longa estrada da vida. Vencer a obrigação, derrota é uma lição. Desistir pra nós não é mais opção.
Well, it's almost showtime. I think I'm gonna keep the hopium alive for MIBR in this one. You have to, yeah. I mean, not only do we fans have to, I feel like the team has to. Like we saw them. We're looking at them right now. They definitely have like their game face on. Hopefully, we're seeing something special.
I hope we see something special. And by something special, I mean Gecko. I mean, not what they were running last time. Last time they were on this map, they were running the Harbor Viper, double controller, Jet, Sova, KJ. I just don't like that comp in this meta. It just gets, when you're going up against double initiator, you just run through those walls. They are irrelevant when there's a Dizzy coming through with a flash, or in this case, if G2 are running the same comp, when you have to deal with a Recon coming through, combo with a Dizzy, all that util, the walls are just irrelevant. I want to see them switch the comp up, take a damn risk here and just play loose. Like, don't feel the pressure at this point.
Yeah, I mean, opponent's map pick is a great place to go for a switch up like that. However, it is week 4, right? There's not much time. This is a place to take risks, but how can you do it with only 2 weeks left in the season? That is a big
last week, they had a great opportunity to do a comp switch up against NRG, and they didn't take the opportunity. They just ran their same comfort comp into them and lost, and that was a risk I wanted to see them take last week. They need to take it now, or they're just going to lose this map and have to go on to bind and try to win from there.
I do think that the narrative that we had last year about a lot of the Brazilian teams, for MIBR, it's the same sort of thing at this point, right? They're away from the location, they're away from home, right? It's a long season most of the time. They've been here since kickoff, right? Those sorts of things do add up, but it's do or die for this split. Otherwise, you're gonna be taking a long break during Shanghai, and you're gonna think a long time about how to actually flip things around and make chance at the end of the year.
Well, here we go. We got the agent select screen right now.
I need to see the MIBR that didn't care and beat 100 Thieves at the end of last season. I need to see Fraud get in the server and knife someone up G2. I needed that MIBR.
Oh my goodness.
Well, already different. They've gone with Artsin on the Sage. So here we go. We're gonna have something new.
They're cooking something up.
Or the oldest thing, the least new comp, the oldest one in the book potentially.
I mean, I've been.
Okay, there we go. There we go. All of a sudden, I have hope. All of a sudden, I'm awake.
You see, they're giving you what you want, Wyatt. They're giving you what you want.
Yeah, I mean, this is great so far, but I have questions because putting Artsin, right, their star player, their star jet player that we've talked about on the Sage is something that a lot of teams have tried to do in the past, and it's fallen very flat. We'll see how Artsin can adapt.
Yeah, but what's crazy is I'm curious what took them now to kind of make this shift in their comp.
Like what I was saying, right? Take a risk.
Yeah, take a risk. But also, when you're going up against G2, who you know are running the double controller with the Harbor, I want to see the multiple flashes. And they have the KO, they have the Gecko. You can combo the Dizzy coming in, and when they're shooting that, boom, you get hit with the KO pop flash, and you can just explode out of the walls.
Well, you know what? Our teams are ready for the first pistol round, so let's send it over to your casters. Here's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, man. I love a good rematch. I love a good rematch when there are teams who seem to show up with a little bit extra the second time around. I'm really excited for what G2 could show here.
Yeah, I mean, G2 is no slouch to playing rematches. We already saw them destroy EG in their last rematch against them, so I'm expecting something similar out of their side against this MIBR, or at least trying to replicate something similar.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think starting off on Icebox certainly helps, right? It's a map they seem really comfortable on. I think these conversations around Icy and where does he fit in the grand scheme of things.
He looks great on Icebox.
Looks notably more comfortable on Icebox. You're right. I agree.
Yeah. I think a lot of that has to do with a lot of the pressure being off of his shoulders, having to be the entry, having to make all these plays and always be in the right spot. And the fact that G2 is so sound on a map like this, fundamentally, for honestly, it feels like forever. They've always been good at Icebox. I remember playing against them when it was the Chamber Sage meta, and they were still really good at it. So, yeah, MIBR may be busting out a different comp and running a Gecko and a Sage and a KO, but I think this is nothing that G2 hasn't seen before.
We'll see how they handle it on the defensive side. And it'll be interesting to see how they choose to approach this. We saw G2 play this half on this map just a few days ago against Leviathan, and what a banger of a map that was. But this is a very similar to how they like to set up.
Yeah. Instead of the Harbor being here at A, though, he's playing in the middle of the map, allowing the KJ to play more of this A. And this is all to deny the Sage bomb plan on the A site. So already trying to predict that MIBR would go A on the pistol round.
I got the spike. But it seems like it might be a lean B. FRZ has already taken a little bit of space, creeping forward. Imagine he will be an important variable later on as the round continues. But for now, they've been so quiet about this Dre. They haven't made a single lick of noise. They haven't used really any utility. And you see it now primed at the ready. Knife the first to go. Dizzy shortly thereafter, and off of that, they try to take the space. They've already disrespected the Harbor wall that's up. Their own wall goes up, and they want to fight back sight. They want to fight Snowman. Aggressive on the fronts, but G2's there to greet Leaf and Jonah P getting the first couple of kills, and you see MIBR already having to deal with the trouble that's before him. You've got FRZ who's going to be on a late flank, but will the timing work out? Can they buy enough time for him to have value, for him to find impact? Oh, the first kill found. How much more trouble can he cause? A late lurk around mid, and the repositioning might have been his death. FRZ alone here with 51 HP gets one. Valent's gonna get it all the way, though. The kills are flashy, but the round goes to the defense.
That was beautifully played from G2, and it's just like I said, the fundamentals and the way that they play this map is so good. Valen got so much value there with his harbor wall. It not only blocked off the actual site, but it kind of blocked off a little bit of the actual wrap in the back site, and that allowed everybody to just bunker here and take these duels that FRZ took against G2, but in the opposite way. So it was really well played by G2. Leaf just getting out of there with Jonah P and just having a 4-man basically just straight line on everybody that would push Snowman there. Very well played from G2.
It's so difficult for MIBR to deal with. See the buy here after that pistol is really non-existent as Sheriff for FRZ.
Yeah.
And a heavy lean B once more.
Yeah, I'm already seeing a game plan change from G2. A lot of their last series was having the double initiator and harbor towards the A side of the map. Now they're playing more towards the B side.
And again, it's contact. And once again, they're already ahead of the wall. Icy shots go a little sideways. Mazine is there to punish, and a weapon is upgraded.
And he's been struggling in this stage specifically, but this team has been able to bring him back. He just needs a little bit more time in this match to warm up, it would appear. But that's a big gun to get. I mean, a Bulldog in the hands of Artizine,
who's supposed to be the spark for this squad.
Oh, it's a great molly to take space too, and Jonah should be dialed in on this angle.
Only one is found. The trade being problematic as they continue to crumble, they continue to fall apart. Leaf is left alone, a 1v2.
30 seconds left.
He's got some weaponry. Can he find something a little bit better?
Enemy remaining.
Switches over. RGL with nothing but a classic.
He does have a molly though. So if Leaf doesn't press the issue and just tries to tap bomb, RGL does have a chance, but as I say that,
first couple of shots go wide. You see the utility go down. Trying to bait out the molly. It hasn't been committed yet. Still has it, finally. Invested, but it missed! It went wide right! He's gonna stick the defuse!
Woo! Ice cold from Leaf. Clutching it up for his team, 1v2, and he was a big factor in their win on this map against Lev.
Yeah, he was nuts.
I mean, he had like almost 30 or something, I think, at the end. And it's because of stuff like this, his ability to clutch, close rounds out for his team, but that was really, really costly. And MIBR did a great job.
Wow.
Getting that Bulldog to get value. Honestly, they got one gun, and Artizine got 2 more kills off of that. So that was almost really scary for G2 there. And that's why you see this kind of weird, scrappy buy.
The effects of that kill back yellow being felt into the next. MIBR with full rifles here. RGL with the Bulldog. Trent. Oh, it's a 3-man push mid.
Yeah, G2 does really well with these mid pushes.
The timing on the Dizzy's got to be big for them to have a shot at this. There it goes. You see what the intention was there. The setup was nice.
And they're going to try to grab this gun. Oh, no. Not messing around. I think that's the wise choice there. It's not worth dying over the gun.
Agreed.
Vandal would be nice, but you're already up 5v4. Trent has full util. Same with Icy. You can actually do a lot of stall with that. So with shock darts, Gecko Molly, and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bonus.
G2 have a really good flood on this A side as well.
I mean, everyone's here except for Jonah P.
Yeah.
I wonder if they bite on this. Oftentimes when you see the initial utility on the other side and how Kill has found the rotations will be manipulated.
They are the shot.
30 seconds left.
Valen's coming back.
Brief moment of doubt for Valen as he takes a step back. They're not convinced as to what's going on. I think the KJ utility was the cue.
They have to spam the bomb. They have to deny the plant, and they do that. Time is running low right now for MIBR.
Has to plant above.
They're trying to stabilize on the
They need to plant though.
between all of the utility and the fact
Please
that they
don't
really
lose your
have full
bonus,
presence
MIBR.
either. They've got to deal with the fights that are happening now, and they're not going their way. RGL left alone, a 1v1.
He has to
is gonna have
plant.
time to get the plant down. Trent will arrive at the scene of the crime.
He could upgrade his weapon.
but himself. Can he get the
Okay,
shots? No.
that's a costly
RGL with
bonus.
3 and MIBR on the board.
Wow.
That's
G2
a good
almost
round
had
for
that.
G2,
I
like.
think it had Icy just been a little bit more patient in that heaven area, maybe fell back, waited for his teammate a little bit.
Even though they lose it,
Maybe
like.
run at the bomb as soon as you know that he doesn't have the time to plant because it was so close.
Yeah.
It was a matter of a second.
Just
Had he lived for an extra second, they would have won the round guaranteed. So just already just that inexperience showing right now. But I would say nothing to be worried about for G2. You got 4 guns out there with Deagles and a Stinger starting off that round.
And they showed cool ideas to trap play mid.
Yeah.
Knowing that they were on a pseudo eco. Yeah.
You're going to see this a lot from G2. You're going to see them have this AAA setup where sometimes they'll even feint an aggro harbor wall.
They were not on a pseudo eco, they were on their bonus.
And then they'll just give it and do a re-clear in mid. And when they play like this, it kind of allows them to have the upper hand and the read on where teams like to go. And that's why...
Where the
oftentimes
rest
you'll see
for
them have 3-4 players.
MIBR though?
Trent got his ult online there. Jonah P.
Nice.
Still playing backside, hasn't given up any space, and he's got Balin here close by.
And this is the comp I was talking about the other day.
And the thing is, it's well out of reach.
Except
here.
they have a Sova instead of a jet.
This time they're behind
It's
the
the
harbor wall.
Arbor Gecko, so you can like
It's just a
wingman
cycle of
into the
utility.
core.
This, unless something happens across the middle of the map, this feels out of reach. This feels difficult.
And a turret is just posted.
And for MIBR we have the...
on this, but the timing.
That's the Sentinel comp, except they play Sage instead of the Jet. We've seen a team in EU play that comp, I think.
Control lost in kitchen.
I think it was Foot or something.
All of a sudden, things have gone so sideways. I don't know how G2 are going to get back into this one.
You imagine it would have to be off of
I mean, that'll help.
the util and the shocks onto this back yellow area.
That'll help too. RGL and JZZ still around, still sticking with this fight. Trying to dance around back yellow as the spike ticks away.
One enemy remaining.
Time ever elusive, not on their side here. Leaf would have to pull off a miracle, and he's done it before. Can he do it again? The shots don't land.
And
MIBR
even
gets
though
their second.
So good.
it was a
MIBR
costly
to just
round,
stall right there, not let anybody get picked
Last
off, just trap
round,
noise.
they
And
managed
then,
to
as soon as their
win it.
cooldowns are back up, they have the wall ready. They're able to use this Sage wall, and at the same time of all this chaos happening onto this default box, Icy gets lurked on through that mid orb, and it's just, there was no way for him to truly know someone was going to be behind them at that moment. He's trying to break the wall. He's trying to delay the bomb plant from going down. That is the win con with a comp like this.
Nothing to spot that the orb went up. Nothing to spot that the timing was found. You're right.
That opened up the opportunity for FRZ to get those 2 kills on the lurk. So great job from MIBR so far to set that round up. And now we already see a shift going to the A site.
Oftentimes we'll see them cycle their harbor wall with their viper wall, so there's something constantly up, but this time it's not overlapping. It's a little bit further back. It seems like they want to try to dig their heels in the sand a little bit further up, and that's exactly what they do.
Perfect accuracy.
Okay, 2-4-2.
Is it going to be enough, though? They still have sheriffs, and they still have a ghost. In the face of 2 vandals, FRZ has his ult.
Yeah, so does Leaf though, and I wonder. it
Oh
looks
no,
like
2 for
he does
3.
want to invest it. So if I'm
He's
MIBR
waiting
right now,
for
I
his
wanna get a bomb
ultimate.
plant top site and just try to get out.
They're
there
gonna
in
try
that
to
area.
win that round.
That
They're
way
going
I can
for
hit
the
bomb, but
50.
A bit early of an ult here from G2.
45 seconds left, still plenty of time to think this through.
It will allow them to flood a little bit more into sight, maybe in certain weird angles.
Yeah,
Looks
force,
Leaf and
like-
Icy are gonna double up here.
And I love what Jonah P's doing here. I love that he's filling in through mid,
30
playing
seconds left.
contain at this point. Understanding that there's really nowhere for them to go. They have to recommit to this,
That's so smart from Jonah P.
or they stick to the flank. You're right, he orbs off the turret. He should be able to find a timing, but
I don't know.
again, timing is everything. Can he get here in time?
10 seconds again.
And it's not for him. RGL should be
10
able to get the
seconds
spike
left.
down. None the wiser
Wait,
as to what's behind them.
if RGL pops his head up,
It didn't spot him. FRZ's still in such a good spot. The drop is going to give his position away. He's
Okay.
still killed FRC. How?
That's a G2 round, yeah.
Turns so quickly.
Damn.
That's an insane play from Jonah.
I don't
But
like
also,
Leaf's play to stay on the
players
on
that
the
A
fucking
site,
site.
Leaf, Valen, and Trent early on, getting so much value being out of range of that KO flash and getting all these kills because of it.
Yeah.
Mazin just didn't quite hit the mark with that flash, and it ended up being a huge punish. And Jonah P just smoking off that turret there
Was huge.
was insane.
Yeah.
Dropping there, landing those shots, it's sometimes not that reliable, especially with a ghost.
We've seen that weapon betray many a player. But clean from Jonah P. 6-3 so far, has his all-time line. This time, the orb that's been going historically into the hands of Trent goes over to IC. Thrash online now. And another reaggro mid.
This is a good heads-up play from MIBR. They're understanding that a lot of the times on the actual gun rounds, G2 feints the early A pressure, grabs the orb, and will go back to do a re-clear mid. But they do it on purpose. They're willing to play a retake on A. They're so confident in the retake.
Oh, they have such good utility for it, too. I mean, you have Valen's ult, you have Icy's ult. Just causes so much chaos on the site.
They found the timing.
Reckoning invested. A recommendation to reposition. Now Icy on the swing out. Spike still not planted. You see the wisps lighting up where MIBR members might be. Once again, Mochuk a couple of rounds ago, we've entered a bit of a stalemate. Just a momentary pause in the round.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is that that bomb got killed within the Viper ult, so G2 don't truly know if MIBR was falling back with the bomb or not, but now they will, and it's a full commit.
JCC ulted on that. We'll see how much value can get out of it. What a shot! Holy smokes!
That's his third 1D in the round.
Valen and Trent have to find a way to try to bring this thing back. Our team's been upgraded to weapon 4 on the round. The ace on the cards, and it will deliver. The iBuyPower ace for MIBR.
And the desk was talking about how Artazine has been that guy, or he should be that guy from MIBR. And he just proved it right here. He's 10-5 on Sage right now. He's owning, look at this, from the start.
It's another 30, right?
Oh my goodness, all headshots. That's gonna cause a timeout for G2. They don't want this one to slip away.
Yeah.
They're so good at this map too, so I think they're really shocked at the timings that MIBR have taken, specifically with that mid lurk play from FRZ, and now the entire team actually getting through on that A site. They were all pushed up and holding angles that they know G2 like to walk back into off of a certain clock, a certain timing.
Yeah, they've done their homework. So you're right, that's going to cause a timeout. Also, a friendly reminder for those of you who are watching at home, follow at iBuyPower on social media. They'll be giving away a PC every single time an ace is scored. So make sure you thank Guardzine, use hashtag #UnlockYourAce to get a chance to win that PC. So we're tied at 3 apiece. You mentioned Guardzine and how incredible he's been. This feels like the Guardzine too that we saw flashes of in kickoff.
Yeah.
And who's, I mean, to be honest, who's kind of been absent for most of the stage, but showing up at just the right time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a must-win game for MIBR. There's so much pressure on this, but we've seen them before thrive under that pressure.
Elimination on the line. They've got to find a way to win this one out if they want to keep hopes of a playoff bid alive.
And I think for G2, the tough ask is, how do you deal with all the utility that MIBR's composition has? Because a lot of the times G2 play this map, it's against a team composition that they have a duelist or they have limited utility. But now they're playing against a team composition that has arguably more utility than theirs. So we're already seeing them struggle just with that fact in itself.
What an interesting start to the round. They used a cascade up mid, or down mid, excuse me. Leaf took the space down tube. And they're stacking B.
Yeah, I don't blame them for stacking B either, because every other eco round, G2 has played heavy A. So I wouldn't be surprised either that you would think that MIBR would go back to B for the next eco, but they don't care. They just stick into the game plan.
Leaf put in a fight that, I mean, he really, very little chance of winning. RGL now understanding where the rest of the pressure is coming from. Just a little throwing of the shoulder to confirm the suspicions, and there they go. They're found. Instead of taking the fight, takes the space.
They're doubling up here, Doug, too.
Yeah. I mean, potentially tripling up. JCZ is not far off.
Oh.
That's a big opener. But those two should secure things.
Nice shot.
Dude, Arzine's crispy with
Dude,
it
he's
today.
crispy right now. He's looking like Aspas the other day.
Yeah.
In the back sight.
That was clean.
Good anti-eco from MIBR, and FRZ played that really well, jiggling for info and then dropping. Sorry, RGL played that really well. Jiggling for info after you got that first kill in mid, and then doubling up with FRZ and just baiting for him.
Yeah.
It worked so well. Small things like that go a long way for teams.
You know, it feels like the biggest difference too is from the MIBR we've seen in the past to this one is that they're doing the small things well. They're doing those small things better that have been lacking in the past.
And which is weird because that's something I when I watched MIBR, I took pride in them. I was like, it looks like they have a good game plan early on.
Yeah.
They have good defaults. But you're completely right. The last couple matches, it's kind of all fell apart for them.
Well, JCC fell apart there in that fight against Leaf, but the res is going to trigger a cascade of ults.
Wow.
Trent using his, JCC has to die again. That's tough.
But FRZ off of all of that takes kitchen control, and that's what caused this drone to come out. And I think the drone doesn't clear him out.
Yeah, but they have to understand it's weak, right? Yeah, they know. Icy just invested his ult.
Beautiful.
It's going to be the freest kill of his life.
He's accepted defeat completely.
Yeah, what else do you do? But off of this, MIBR again are starting to take some space. Icy should have been able to pick the ult back up, so Thrash, depending on how late the round goes, will make another appearance. RGL is really far up. What an awkward spot to be in.
He's stuck right now.
Yeah, he's trapped.
He has to pull a miracle, and that Gecko is going to not allow that to happen.
2 for 2 on the Thrash. That's all that'll be for now. Mazine and Arzine. Crumble. Right on cue. Leaf with 3 and G2 strike back.
It's so impressive to me how a player can take over to the equivalent of like how I feel Les would take over on that Sentinel role. Leaf really,
Yeah, agreed.
can take over on this role, especially on this map. He's so confident in taking these fights that you would see a Jet normally taking. I don't know if it's the experience that he's had before, playing the duelist role in general, but he makes it look so good. And then even just a heads up play to jiggle that yellow person on Snowman, right? When he's at Snowman and he jiggles the person at yellow, it's perfect. Small things like that so he doesn't get insta-headshotted and then just lines up for the double swing with his teammate. He
And again,
plays situations so well.
Yeah, you see why they wanted him on the Sentinel role. I get it. Every time I see it, it makes so much sense. He seems so comfortable in that space.
Bot coming back.
This was the early harbor wall that you were talking about a couple of rounds ago. Right? Suggesting that they're taking aggression B main, and then they actually like to refled mid.
Exactly, and that's why you see this reclear of the drone coming out.
Enemy tag.
And also, when you do early wall like that, if a team is scared, if they're defaulted outside of A, they're more than likely going to use utility to re-clear the area out. And that can also be a cue for you to get info just off of that. So G2 have a good system of how they like to play this A side.
Icy getting peppered through that wall, manages to stay alive, takes a little bit of damage, but all the warning shots were delivered. So now, because of the way that the beginning of the round played out, this is what you were mentioning earlier, Dre, they have to use utility to clear space that they would normally have for free.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
FRZ's doing a great job right now, throwing utility towards his A side of the map. And this might be a mid to B. This would be the perfect call to flip the Viper ult.
Icy knows. There's a lot of firepower on their side, but crossfire with Jonah P could be perfect. They want to take the fight, but can they hold? Leaf joining in on a Trent, not far off. Valen there too. And who else but Leaf to hold the line? Meanwhile, through all of this, Jonah P's been playing in the pit, but FRZ has slipped the net. Looking for the owner of the pit will be found. Now that that's down, what do MIBR do? FRZ healing up a little bit. JZZ is reflanking.
It's planted for JZZ right here.
Oh, but the shots don't connect. It got a little messy, and FRZ was so much to do. Trent's already gonna take the defuse the entire way. Oh, that was close at the end.
It was a good try bringing the round back there in a 4v2 for MIBR. I liked what they were cooking up, just a whip at the end there.
That's tragic because the idea was great.
Yeah, and no one was there quick enough to actually get that trade. So had he hit those shots, it would have been perfect actually. And they would have had a bigger chance to win the round. Jonah P with the heads-up awareness here though to pop out of that Viper ult and take that early pick in the mid and then molly them off on top of that is what allowed Leaf to get those trades off of Icy taking that fight. So it's really well set up. Like the protocols that G2 have on this defensive side, they're so astute.
Yeah. They're comfortable on the map. They're comfortable on this half. We've talked about it. The Desk mentioned it too. I believe it was Ball who said it. This is a map that has been comfortable for them for a very long time. And you see it. But again, those little things that MIBR are doing well that we haven't seen them do well in recent memory is what's keeping this map so close.
Yeah, and I wonder now at the timeout what he's saying. I don't think we're going to find out. Regardless, no lip syncing here.
That's crazy. Yeah, well, how's your lip reading? You any good at it?
I couldn't even see him. I wonder. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I feel like for what works so far for MIBR has been a lot of the contact plays, which makes sense because it's kind of like you want to walk up in certain areas, whether it's close A or close B, and then kind of explode with the KO dagger and the Sage Wall coming up to isolate fights and maybe get the bomb down if you can.
Yeah, and the Gecko util to flood in behind it, you're right.
Yeah, so I think they have to take control of some type of area of the map.
Yeah.
Act like they're actually full committing to a hit to bait out G2's utility and then recommit for the actual hit. This will be an early B default, but it's all fake. I mean, no one from G2 was really there to spot any of that utility, so of course they're not going to over-rotate. And the problem is MIBR don't know that. They didn't send bodies up far enough to confirm.
The knife just landed back yellow and B a couple of seconds ago, and there was no movement.
Yep.
They're going to be pushing into this heavy stack from G2. 3 of them are here. Leaf has his ult.
Valen did not get seen by the Thrash. There's going to be a ton of utility here for him.
Yeah, MIBR, it feels like they're walking into a grinder right now. But Valen's the first to fall. Somehow they're getting the openers that they need. Trent back sight, finds 2. Leaf is in a 1v3. Again, has the ult. A tough decision here. Maybe with one more kill, you consider investing it, but... Oh, he spotted one. The timing not going his way. Just so... Oh, boy. That was a tough jump spot.
And he does it again. What a maniac with a triple swing.
Hang on 1 second. Leafs had a shot at it, but the firepower on the other side was ultimately too much. We're tied at 5.
Again, it's exactly what I said. It's kind of that like slow contact play, and then they explode with the utility. And Valen just getting caught out there. Nobody could shoot that Gecko flash from JZZ.
You know, what's tough too there is like that if you're using all this utility to burst out onto site after you've contacted, you just get so much more value out of it. Whereas if you're having to use it for contested space early on, like if you're still fighting for A main or if you're still fighting for B main, it gets so much more difficult.
Yeah.
Ultimate ready.
So there's contact, the slow contact approach that MIBR have brought into this, which we've seen since the pistol, by the way, is proving to cost fits for G2. And it seems like they might be able to do it again, but this time they've got Leaf's ult on the other side, Valen's ult. But this timing window that Mazine has just created with his ult could be the difference maker.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to fight Snowman once again. Oh, actually wrapping sight.
It's a beautiful idea. Off of the wall, they flash on the other side to take the fight, but G2 gladly punch back. Hey, this thing fell apart for MIBR so quickly.
Last player standing.
What can FRZ do here? Yeah, in the face of 3,
Damn.
nothing.
G2 in this round did a really good job of playing that backside area and having somebody on top of site playing anti pretty much in that little tunnel area that connects the kitchen. That's why this rap isn't successful. Right there, Icy getting a free kill. Mazine again, just relying too heavily on these KO flashes to get maximum value. But G2 are ready for these type of pushes. They understand that when it comes to the B side of the map, MIBR's game plan is to try to disrupt their delay. But when you pop KO ult like that, you don't need to go for these crazy plays backside or pushing snowman or anything, because nobody can use the utility to delay. So just get the bomb down in those scenarios and play a good post plan.
So it's crazy how much value Icy got from that kill up in kitchen. The free one that you mentioned, because that allowed Joe P to get 2.
Yeah.
That was the difference maker on the round. This is very similar utility we saw in the previous round or the one before that. The slower goes up, the knife takes a while, but finally lands back yellow.
And you're seeing everyone on the minimap 4G2 shift off the A right now, besides Leaf, because a deep dart was made and it didn't connect on anybody. So
And
they have the info.
And they have the KJ utility to confirm they can play this. Actually, very similarly, that was the same flash we saw in the previous round. This time the pit invested. Oh, just barely getting it down. And again, the cascade of ultimates just continue to wreak havoc on the site. Ardsine the first to fall, G2 pushing forward, taking space. They still have to deal with the pit. And it's a pesky one.
Put the little guy on the bomb!
How much work can they do? RGL with 2. Now FRZ left alone, and he's so far away. Icy's just gonna hold it. What a beautiful setup.
Nice.
FRZ was taken out of the round.
That was such a good so ball from Trent as well to open things up on that retake. Connecting on the leader of MIBR in terms of score, at least. Shutting out Ardsine, not letting him get anything in amongst the chaos of the retake coming in. Nice, he's stepping up.
Stepping up and stepping forward right when the team needed him to. It was him taking that space, fighting for back yellow, that really allowed G2 to get so much more comfortable there. So a 7-5 half in favor of G2. We're gonna throw it down to the desk to break down the first half. Geek Heavy, take it away.
Well, I mean, it looks like MIBR is online, and I gotta ask you guys, like, how's this comp working out for MIBR?
I mean, great so far.
Yeah,
I've been very impressed with a number of things that they've done.
Yeah, I think that honestly, this could have either been a 6-6 or MIBR possibly being up had they just played some of these B post plans differently. They were so committed to trying to push back Snowman, but early on, they were having some really big individual plays too that were taking them over the finish line. RGL with his 3K, Ardsine with the ace. I like what I'm seeing so far. This was a good round on B where the wingman went down and then they cycled the wall, got the sage wall up, retrieved the spike. This was one of the good B rounds, but yeah, overall still satisfied with this half from MIBR.
I think especially early when some of those Gecko plants failed, they had many layers where there was constant, secondary approaches, right? Where they'll go and flash, where they put the sage wall down or something like that to recover the spike and put it back down. But where it was falling flat for me was everything else. Yes, Ardsine was having a fantastic game, but in terms of like them, I don't know, man. They were doing stuff like that we know does not work on Icebox since 2021. I'm obsessed with that year, but since 2021, we know that mid splits don't work. We know that pushing back into Snowman doesn't work most of the time, and yet over and over they're flashing through that Viper wall that they're throwing. They're putting the sage wall down and trying to do something deep into the site. And yes, the map is different, but those types of things have low success rate, and they have low success rate here again.
Yeah, honestly, I just gotta, but it's, what's interesting is I feel like we kind of predicted this earlier that we were gonna see Gecko come online for MIBR, and I mean, Wyatt, you're the one who brought this up.
I mean, Gecko is really strong right now.
Still have a lot of hope.
If you have like the setups, voice flash and stuff.
There's no room to overcook here.
All right, well, let's get the second half underway. Back to our casters.
I feel like you kinda replaced the Sky.
We'll have to figure out how they want to approach the defensive side if they want to keep this thing competitive, because G2,
in like double initiator setups.
Including winning 4 of the last 5 to close out the half.
Sky as a solo initiator is still good.
Oh, there's a lot of early presence here. I think they only spotted 1. Oh, but the slow should have confirmed that there was a second. So understanding where some of the defense is, they still invest the drone, spotting Ardsine, tagging out. Do they commit to this? They've drawn out the wall. They still have a lot of space too.
This is just really good from G2 to bait out all this utility within, what, 30 seconds of the round?
Yeah.
And then they just cut noise here. And this is where you'd like to see maybe MIBR on that second dagger of Mazin. Maybe throw a lineup that lands around this B area. Find out if they're still there.
And the silence is introducing so much doubt. There's the second knife. confirming there's no one there. So they either went jail, they pushed up 410, or they're still B. You start to see some of the panels of the wall get cleared out. They're pushing into a lot of MIBR members here. They're not that far off. Trent pushing forward, clears out the Dizzy, but gets cleared out in response. JZZ and FRZ still trying to hold the site down.
Oh, Leaf found a timing in mid.
Can he find value?
I think they're kind of aware. I don't know. RGL's trying to clear this.
Yeah.
He just saw him, I think.
Paranoid of what's on the other side. Valen gets 2 big kills. Jonah P not able to land the shots, but the damage has been dealt.
Oh, Leaf has been so good.
Oh!
As I say that, I cursed him. I cursed him.
Can Valen pull this off on his own? The spike has been taking a long time, so all the onus is on MIBR. They have to take the fight or stick to the defuse. RGL's gonna get the shots. The defuse will come through. MIBR get their 6th.
I mean, good play from MIBR to not take the bait on that cut of noise.
Yeah.
That G2 did after baiting out all that utility. And honestly, I thought it got really scrappy there towards the end. A lot of players just running out of that Viper wall individually one by one from MIBR. They kind of got blessed that the trades went in their favor. I mean, this kill,
and this is tragic.
Yeah, that was the icing on the cake for them at that point. I feel like Leaf played that round so well on alert. A good reason to be hyped if you're the coach of MIBR and potentially the players as well. Oh, this is really risky from JZZ going on a solo mission to grab the orb with no support at all.
Mission accomplished, 1 away from the ult. But you're right, though, with a Bulldog there by himself, that could have been disastrous. Either way, though, not the case. And of course, he's greeted, he's gifted with a kill.
JZZ has ult already, too.
I was off of getting that orb, and now the kill on Valen opens things up so much. Now you imagine they try to get through this round as cleanly as they can so they can use it in the next. And that's exactly what they do. So we're gonna we have a really interesting opportunity here for another crazy snowball to take off, because you saw MIBR got through that very cleanly. I think they still have 4 armor on 4 members. They have the Thrash ult online, and they have what, 4 Bulldogs? So all of a sudden, because of the way the game is kind of playing right now, because of the fact that we play on March 12, there's this insane opportunity for MIBR to run away with this half if they can convert on this bonus. Bonuses aren't really a thing the same way they used to be.
Yeah, and the scary thing too is that G2 has 3 players on light armor going up against 3 Bulldogs and all this utility, damage utility too. KO Molly, Gecko Molly, Viper Mollies. Just so much utility from the side of MIBR. And it, honestly, that last round looked like they took a page out of G2's book on how they play the A site. Double initiator and a controller. In this case, it's the Sage.
I know it's early, but this round has the potential to have drastic impacts on how the rest of this map plays out. The opener going their way.
Oh, and FRZ sneaking into this yellow area as well.
The thing is, there are only 2 members here. It's just FRZ and RGL. And RGL's kind of leaving.
All he has to do is just play an off angle here. And he should be good for a couple kills.
Oh, I didn't think it was going to get him. FRZ not feeling the pressure. Looking left and right.
He has no help at all.
Expecting the swing. He still gets a kill. Remember, JZZ still has his ult. Numbers in favor of the defense. Can they upgrade any weapons? Our team is nothing but a stinger.
Look at the mini-map. You see JZZ on the flank. Does he decide to try to take a timing peek, or does he just commit the ult outright? Oh, he got the timing. Trent saw him. Trent saw him for sure here.
Crosshair trained on the position. They're taking their time with this one. Now they're investing it, and it feels late. Meanwhile, Icy's getting 3 on the round.
Someone's there.
A 2v2. You've got to take some space here. You've got to take
Oh my
a
god.
shot at this. JZZ's in a 1v2. This feels like they had a really good opportunity, but I don't know how they're going to snatch this thing back. JZZ has so much to do.
G2.
Yeah. They get their 8th. They take the lead back, and that feels like a head scratcher on how MIBR approached the latter half of that round.
Yeah, and I mean, I understood what their game plan was, right? They wanted to play the numbers game, right? They had a flank in there. Hold on.
1 enemy remaining.
And that's the last.
Nice, Jake. Come on, fellas. Let's go. Good recovery, fellas.
At least they're pretty calm. But yeah, MIBR had honestly, they tried to play it too fundamentally sound. They tried to play the numbers game too well and gave too much space. And I'm happy that of all players on this G2 roster, it was Icy that stepped up and made the play. He understood that he needed to make a play and go huge for his team, and he did that, and it won them the round. That's huge for Icy.
Poison's off.
Talk about mid pressure and finding value with it. Getting a kill, getting a dink onto the second, not connecting onto the third, but they've gotten what they wanted.
You want more?
Thrash clearing out a little bit of space. Look at how far up Leaf is.
I mean, he's a duelist.
Yep. He plays like one. What do they have to try to get back into this? Swingman, Dizzy, and both of them have been cleared, yeah. But they still get the kills. Just like that, as soon as they get the kills, as soon as they get the openers, they're stunned. They're dead. Icy with 3 and G2 with their 9s.
He's awakened.
Sorry, buddy, it's over.
Icy has woken up, feeling the confidence. I mean, both Geckos were sitting at like 4-3 kills in their last halves, and they're both stepping up now. This time, Jonah P going for the insta mid lurk. So a hard read into this round, or maybe just a straight up A strat that they have pulled out. It's nice to see him have some confidence and smiling on the stage. And I feel like for his teammates as well, seeing him in that state, it should motivate them too.
Such a drastic swing because of how the last couple of rounds have gone. MIBR's economy's kind of in the bin.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, in a series that's been round for round. Finally, a little bit of separation from G2 off of that crazy clutch from a couple rounds ago.
They do such a good job with their harbor utility, man. There was a cascade, a Viper wall up, and a harbor wall up, all at the same time to section off the site, take it in thirds, take the fights that they want, and then go forward. And honestly, this is against, as we mentioned earlier, pistols, right? Like, this isn't into a crazy gun round. They do the fundamentals so well.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, MIBR just seems like they can't really delay this bomb plant on beat. They don't have the Viper usually defaulted there or the KJ mollies to be doing so.
MIBR with the little weaponry that they do have are going to have to try to snatch this round back. But it doesn't seem like G2 will relent. 2v2 though. Spike's been going for a little while. Well, they may have a shot at this.
Gonna get it high.
Pushing forward. He got it. Oh my gosh!
What? This might be one of the most insane spray transfers we've seen in VCT. I mean, that was a double swing.
And we didn't see it.
And it was an up-down. I mean, we saw it happen. We didn't see it from his POV. Hopefully we get a replay on that. This was crazy. This was a replay of the beginning of G2's demise, ultimately. I mean, right here. Dude.
Damn.
I mean,
Good shot.
this is just another crazy game.
And honestly, in those moments, MIBR for the first 2 weeks in the stage fold. But that clutch moment keeps them in this map.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
G2 wanting to go fast A. They've cleared out all of the site with the Thrash. They got rid of all the utility from the Killjoy.
You know what's crazy to me?
What's that?
Icy had Gecko Wall 2 rounds ago.
Just used it again. They do such a good job of dealing with all of that. I'm trying to find as much value as they can. JCC using his, MIBR. So far, the attempted retake has been successful. But how much more can they find? Leading from the front is Valor as he gets 2 kills. JCC dropping down into the stun. Icy's been so good with his ult. Mazine has to try to protect them. Buys enough time. But how much more can they do? Trent on the first. You start to see the defuse go through. JCC holds the line once more. This has been so impressive from MIBR, man.
Yeah. Honestly, both teams are playing a really good Valorant right now. Even again, Icy getting almost max value with all of these scenarios. Valorant did a great job to even the numbers there, but Mazine was the factor in this retake. protecting his two teammates that were under the threshold and delaying, not dying, doing the pop flash to allow his team the time to just come out of that ult and ultimately have JZZ just clutch it out for them again with another kind of similar up-down spray, but this time just not as coordinated for G2.
The buy for the attack side is less than stellar. We'll see what they can do with it. Got the Viper wall just going towards B, the Cascade. Once again, splitting the site so well. Previously, we've seen a Harbor wall go out at this time, but not the case here.
And this is a full push on the flank.
Dude, they've taken so much space.
Oh, and the turret actually went down for a second. They almost didn't have to shoot it, but they decided to do it anyway. And that will give G2 the heads-up awareness.
Planted.
But there are players in this mid area. Leaf will be first contact.
A stinger at that distance is just tough. Now you've got the soul bullet you're gonna have to deal with as well. It's tagging up a couple of members. Can Jonah P find value here? Gets one kill. Checks for the second, that doesn't arrive, but the gun has been upgraded. And now with that, signs of life for the attacking side. FRZ dancing around the ult, trying to find a little bit of time. This is chaotic.
What is MIBR doing right now?
I don't know, but they've got to do so quickly because if this doesn't work out, you still got Jonah P, who's going to be on a late flank with the weapon. RGL with 15 HP. The molly at his feet will be too much.
Wow. And you could tell MIBR was just lost on what they should do on that retake. They didn't know how to take back that control of, honestly, the middle of the map. Jonah P and Leaf played it really, really well. The tracking right here from Jonah was great.
I don't know. I feel like MIBR is dropping too many rounds, right?
The first time this game where we've seen MIBR just kind of.
But if they refocus, I think they are better. Like they could win the series.
And that's why you see a timeout coming out as well. Hopefully Bazooka can instill those retake fundamentals and stuff like that for if this happens again. Because so far, I feel like G2 have gotten a lot of value in mid. And, you know, we saw Jonah P do that insta mid lurk when they did the A hit. This time, Leaf and Jonah P going through the mid orb towards that kitchen area, just holding that space. They don't even have to do much. They just listen for the rotations and just be a thorn in the side or the back of MIBR. And it worked perfectly. It was honestly the perfect strat for the moment. Stealing that round away, breaking the economy of MIBR. And when you do timeouts like this, it's good to do it around early because you kind of want to mentally prepare for the actual gun round. I don't think you're going to see anything too crazy on this eco round from MIBR. This isn't the main reason for the timeout. It's for the following gun round, which is a must win. So things go smoothly. G2 should be up 11-9 after this round.
They have 4 ults. I imagine the focus here is get JZZ as many orbs as you can so that you're running with 5 or as close to 5 as possible in the next gun round.
Yeah, and they were lined up to try to take that A orb, but G2, too many members here. And wise of MIBR to back up.
FRZ is taking a lot of space mid, and he's going to get more because the turret's so deep.
Trent is holding the flank, though. This is good for FRZ. All he needs to do is sit here and just listen, find his timing once the actual retake comes in. Leaf is gonna stick this.
Oh! 45 HP. There's the timing that he was looking for. FRZ tried striking as soon as the spike went down. You assume there was chaos on the site that would serve as a distraction, but it was just too much. Now, how do MIBR attempt this retake? Leaf investing his ult, trying to secure the round.
There's a lot of ults committed into this round from G2.
Yeah, surprising amount. To be honest, Leaf up top. Oh, tragic timing. Ultimately will fall. Mazine and JZZ, you imagine they will join in just a moment's time as the spike ticks away. Mazine trying to see if he can find any exits.
No, the spy is not
on the way
being
out.
diffused.
And he might get one. He does. Back of the head, assassination styles. Valen falls. Mazine got what he wanted at the end there.
Died from the spike.
And it's tough with rounds like this. It's like, do I invest the ults? Do I not? Because at the end of the day, a round win is a round win. It's really important, and
especially late in a game.
If you lose this round, I mean, that's like basically selling the map.
Yeah.
So I'm not against using ults to win rounds. If you can get a W with it, it's worth it. Maybe a little bit too many, but you know, whatever. Now they
got the round
one round away from match point.
Right.
Valen's already close to another harbor. He's been having a really good map. He's been honestly killing it with the walls that he's been putting up, especially on the execs.
I feel like they've been min-maxing their ults really well across the board, not just Valen, right? We talked about how many Icy has had. Tren has had a ton of Sova ults too.
Yeah. And on the opposite side, if MIBR can
Okay, so what is MIBR doing
these
now?
rounds by just stringing their ults, not comboing too many of them,
yeah,
they can really put themselves in a good spot to bring a comeback and potentially win the map.
It almost becomes like a mini game of how many can you get away with not investing while still winning the rounds. There's the first. Well, there's the second. They've used both the KOL and the Viper Spit. And the third.
Oh, and they get a free kill on the Icy.
I mean, they've thrown everything into this.
Valen's gonna stay, try to get as many as he can.
There's
what a weird fight!
He gets 3!
Damn.
Oh, it's a disaster for MIBR.
That Sage Wall's full up. Oh, it's
He
not
got
enough.
half. I believe he got half. FRZ still with so much to do, and now the drone in his face. Waiting for the swing, waiting for the challenge, and it just never comes. Fred's fancy footwork drops him that round. I mean, that's the worst possible scenario if you're at MIBR.
And again, it just
Yeah,
seemed
the
like
map
there was
is over.
confusion. A late Viper pick coming out and then dropping it way too early. The KJ out wasn't through yet. This is a play that I feel like a lot of ranked players make a mistake of doing. They rush the site too early before the KJ out truly goes off. I mean, this is a free kill on Valen if they just wait. This is why you don't cut corners. And this is so uncharacteristic of MIBR. Like we were talking about, we like to, a team that thrives off of doing everything
the fundies.
by the book.
And the value that Valen was able to find back site too is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, he never gets through there if they just wait for the KJ to go through, but good on him to take advantage of that and understanding that MIBR was going to get antsy. Excuse me, little tongue twister there.
They've done a decent job of keeping MIBR back in this round. They've already gotten the spike down and drawn a line in the proverbial sand. Now, what do they do off this? Artine has his ult, but that's the only thing. Again, they invested everything they had into the last. And so far, they've gotten one. A tap on the spike, and it's nothing but a threat. An MP1 attack. Jody P swings out. RGL falls.
Oh, man.
G2 continued to push the pace. The res back gives numbers in favor of the defense, though. Icy still with his ult online. And that should be the difference maker there. There's not a ton of time. They still have all of those things to play around. Mazine is left in a 1v3, and it's the spike that's going to decide how things play out here. He gets his kills, but the map in favor of G2.
Too good in the post plant.
Yep.
Icy again getting a kill there to get his ult online. It basically just secured the round. Jonah P could push off of that and just be a menace on the site. It's a good win for G2. I mean, it was hard fought.
I mean, it's
was.
their map
And again,
pick,
an
right?
MIBR that showed a lot more than we've seen in the last couple of weeks, and MIBR that previously would have folded when things don't go their way. They showed a lot of grit, and they showed a lot of resilience, but ultimately it was too much at the end of the day. And that's the thing about G2 is they do, and much like we saw on this map, they do the small things well, and when everything else is going their way, when they have the big clutch moments, when they have Trent doing what he's doing, and Valen leading from the front, 23 and 18, by the way, for the IGL, everything goes in the way of G2.
Yeah, and Icy, I gotta call him out.
Yeah.
He played a great map. Yeah, he went even, but the impact kills that he got and the scenarios in which he got the kills was a big deciding factor in this map win for them. So I'm really happy for him.
He's good on Gecko. We'll see how Raze looks as behind his next map. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
My
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Landing from Val in a reload. Even time for it. Sky is just working them into neutral.
Tá bem posicionado pra punir ele. 3 kills do Art. E ele quer mais. Olha o Artzinho!
Welcome back. I am joined by Josh RT of G2 Esports. Josh, I got to ask coming into that one, were you expecting a completely different composition? And 2, how do you think the team handled it?
One, we didn't expect that composition. It's honestly a really good comp with the Sage involved. We handled it really well. I noticed the comp swap and made sure the players knew how to play against the Sage and all the various moves that they would do. And sure enough, they ran exactly what we thought they would do. So props to my team to quickly adjust on the fly. And they were playing really together to beat the Sage comp.
Awesome. Well, best of luck in the next game. Congrats on the win.
Welcome back. Well, G2 took the fight to MIBR and they were successful winning their map pick on Icebox. And I think it's safe to say that Icy was on Icy was on fire.
Yeah, especially in that second half. I think he made a big difference on that Gecko. Many rounds where he got multi-kills, many rounds where he got massive impact with the Thrash that shut down, I think, key momentum moments for MIBR late in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, getting multiple Thrash connections in the same round, like back-to-back, all that, not easy. But he was, finding some great timings with that, straight up winning them rounds. I mean, we were looking at him in the first half, and I remember, I think it was either Baby or Doug that had mentioned how he looked so comfortable on Icebox compared to other maps. And then he kind of started slow, and it was worrying, and then really, really stepped things up when the side swapped on defense. But I'm sure the statistical difference is pretty huge, but like, come on. I mean, when you're getting multi-man Thrash kills like that, you're just going to win out those post-play situations every time. And going up against an MIBR comp that was so, to me, great on retakes, being able to shut that down. Like, I mean, yeah, look at this right now. The ACS first half, 119, second half, 273. He stepped it up so much.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it just goes to show that, like, having a Gecko in your comp kind of makes a difference. And, like, MIBR, they had Gecko. They brought out the Gecko. And that composition, like, we saw so many great examples of why Gecko is important to have, like, on your side.
Yeah, 100%. I love the comp that they swapped to. I'm glad they took the risk and did it. That's what I was really looking for from them, because they've been so static with their comps and how they're approaching the game this year. And finally, we switched it up. And there were so many moments of just obvious Gecko value. How explosive your A hits can be with the Dizzy coming over top, a KO flash, deep back sight, scaling off that. It's so good. And yeah, I mean, you just couldn't more clearly see the difference when you have this agent in the comp. I mean, there was the moment right here where side swap, defense pistol round, just the Dizzy coming through over top. You're gonna see right now, having to adjust the crosshair, quadruple swing. Like, goddamn, where has this MIBR been? Like, this is exactly what I want to see. And yes, they did lose this map, but it's G2's pick. They beat Lev on it last week. This is their home turf. I really am still impressed by MIBR.
I think this is the closest map that MIBR has had all split long, right? I think this was very winnable, if not for key moments, especially late in the map. I mean, we saw that, second to last round, right? RGL putting the pit down and causing MIBR to fall down into a player that was about to get locked down in Valen in that situation. Moments like that, I mean, could have made the difference in this game. Could have been an MIBR win.
I mean, situations like in that last clip, like, Wingman is so good. Like, when you're in a 2v2 and you can just put it on the spike there and stick, and you're forcing them to run at you, I mean, like, it's just, the agent is so good.
And both teams had, like, many moments like that where there's value coming from it.
Absolutely,
We just talked about Icy, right?
Yeah, no, Icy was amazing. Well, you know what? Let's hear what the MIBR coach has to say ahead of map 2.
Thank you very much, guys. I am joined by Bazooka, coming off a tough loss, but really well played with elimination on the line, bringing out a new comp. How is the vibes of the team now after that game?
We know we play good. We just had some problems to close up some rounds. So just like keep calm and just keep doing our job.
All right, Bazooka, thank you so much. Good luck in the rest of the series.
Well, sounds like calm is the name of the game. Like, we were talking about this, and like they were going back and forth, like on Icebox. It could have been anyone's game, essentially, you know, which was surprising. Where has this MIBR been, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, I mean, it's late in the season right now, and they look more motivated than ever, right? Again, I bring it back. 2 key mistakes could have made this an MIBR win or at least overtime. So let's see how this continues, because that was G2's map pick. We're going to bind right now, where I honestly expect a little switch up here as well.
Yeah, I do as well. I'm trying to recall what they played last time MIBR.
It was the
like
KO,
double initiator, KO and Sky, I believe, on that
Which
map.
fits perfectly if you just do one simple switch, right, for one of those initiators to go with what everybody else is playing on the map right now.
Yeah, just bring in the Sky. I mean, yeah, either one. Either one works with the Gecko on the map if they want to make a switch, and I think they will. Yeah. I agree with you. I'm expecting the switch up there.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly seems like they're bringing out the big guns, because I mean, like, you don't want to be 0-2 what, 4 times? Would this be the 4th time?
I mean, I think they're going to be regretting that they just didn't do this earlier. They're immediately seeing success with this on Icebox. Like, I know they lost the map, but this is so much better than we've seen them in their other games so far. I think they're going to regret not doing this earlier, but better late than never. It's not like they don't have a shot to make playoffs. They need to win these 2 games.
Let me say this, though. I think G2 is playing phenomenal as well.
100%.
I think they handled that comp switch very well. You heard Josh talk about it in the interview right there with Riv. How, they talked about the things that they were expecting and how they came and how they dealt with it. I do think G2 did a lot more cheating than you kind of can with the rotates that they had on Icebox, where it's not going to be available here on Bind. But let's see how this actually plays out, because I think there is room for great calling here from Valen against MIBR.
G2 are straying away from the Yoru on this map, which Icy was playing before. So they're going back to, I mean, not going back to, but rather just going to the very meta comp. And yeah, here we go. Just a mirror match. Glad to see this from MIBR. This is a good comp. Straight up mirror. This is their map pick. I mean, listen, I still have some hope.
Yeah, and Hopium is the name of the game. Now let's find out if MIBR can take this one to a map 3 and send it back to our casters. Here's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think there are a lot of questions around this Bind map, but I do think the one thing as we think about what we just saw in Icebox and try to translate it into the next Stray is fundamentally both teams were doing the right things. They're doing them well. It's just those little things that were the difference maker on map 1.
Yeah, I think this is good for both teams, honestly. I've seen MIBR have great performances on Bind.
Yep.
And honestly, G2, again, another really strong map for them. I mean, like when you think of G2, me personally playing against them, the 2 hardest maps that I played against them were actually Icebox and Bind. It just seems like on these maps where there's a lot of util heavy delays and stuff like that to deny bomb plants and etc., G2 thrive on those type of maps. So this is going to be an uphill battle for MIBR, but again, it is a strong map for them as well.
They like the Brimstone for
I feel like there's
G2.
a lot of pressure on Icy shoulders on this map because again
because I think they used to play Brimstone instead of
on the Gecko roll, but when it's a single duelist roll, when there's a lot of pressure on him to take space, how does he handle
instead
that?
of Arbor on Icebox. I think it's the team that used to play Brimstone on Icebox.
That deep flash is going to be good. The problem is though, Trent.
He has the bomb.
And he's segmented off the rest of the team.
Gonna have to ask for reinforcements. Valen not skipping a beat from last map with the nice 1-tap.
And that gives Trent a lot more room to join back up with Jonah P. Valen's still healthy. They're going to get the spike down. Meanwhile, RGL is still in spawn, concerned for a late flank from A.
Man, isn't it fun not having to plant the bomb yourself?
It certainly makes the game easier. They have to know that there could be someone on the flank, right? Jonah P and Trent both holding the line, taking a little bit of damage. Mazine with a lot to do here.
Look at how G2 shifting the fight over to CT.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
They understand that Mazine is going to be scared to move forward right away, so they can take the 3v1 onto the CT player.
Yeah, they don't have to give him the fight. Now it's RGL who has a lot to... Oh, no. You're right.
I mean, I'm just jinxing everybody today.
Trent can still win this thing. RGL is so weak. Yeah. That's how that ends. What a mad round. The Red Bull clutch for G2.
Yeah, exactly. That's how that ends. And I mean, if you're MIBR again on these retakes, it just seems like they set them up so well, right? You see RGL there get 2 on the back site. You'll see it shortly. And they're just not aware of the one gap that Trent could be in. I mean, the odds of him being in hookah are near slim. So he's either going to be in elbow or he's going to be in CT trying to get a wraparound.
Right.
So Mazine just jumping the gun there. Didn't really need to do much. And RGL maybe just see smoke off elbow or hookah there and not have to worry about both.
Oh, Gamble stack B from MIBR. Nothing is found, but they've already sent RGL into showers.
For a second, I was going to call RGL a maniac for solo grabbing that orb, but now I understand. If he had gotten pinched from behind, yeah, he would have had everybody to TP with. So
I mean, they've done a really good job of reestablishing control showers off the gamble, so it kind of works out, and they're flooded out onto the site. This might lean in their favor. They've got a shorty in the hands of Artsine. They're all huddled in with the flash in the face of Trent. That's a big one, and you're just going to get overwhelmed. You're going to get swarmed. And that's what happens. Can Icy hold the line? Only one is found. Another messy, chaotic round, this time potentially going sideways for G2. Jonah P with a nice flash, and it's not going to matter. Leaf is left alone.
Time's running out.
It's so short. He just got to kill the right guy, and he does.
It's over.
What a kill. What are these rounds?
Leaf is him.
Right, I love this.
Dude, the focus to find that target, the only one that mattered, with all of that other noise on the screen is just crazy.
And again, MIBR whiffing when it really truly matters. They do everything right up until the closing moments. I mean, the spacing was great, everything was great, but that one whiff from Mazin
and everyone else who was there, I mean, he faced 3 people.
He swung into 3 and still killed the bomb.
That's crazy. And so alas, it's been a silly start to the map. G2 with a 2-round lead. The buy is so light.
Yeah, and I mean, at that point, if you're MIBR, you can honestly just stack on top of the bomb diffuser and just be a body bag and you'd win the round. It's just crazy how they're losing some of these rounds.
But into the next we go. Artsine feeling a lot of the pressure. Trying to try to peek out in front of the smoke. Manages to control the spray.
1-for-1.
Great trade.
Oh. Again, the gun's not great here. So for G2, this has been massive.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
I love this too. They're settling, not playing into the chaos, slowing things down just a little bit.
Man, Leaf has been such a big part of this team's success.
I mean, he's been a rock.
He's so good at the game. I was wondering when I'd see Leaf on bind, on Viper on bind again.
He's back.
There's no slouch to it. His days on Cloud9 trained him to play the Viper on G2. It's crazy to think about.
And so we have a few minutes to talk. Because there's not a whole lot going on right now. So honestly, we had this conversation.
I mean,
about
it's a
MIBR
bonus win
about
for G2.
About how snowbally things can be and how it felt like MIBR had a great opportunity. It's the exact same conversation, but it's on the other side for G2 here. They're going to have a ton of rifles going into the next. Yeah, they're going to have to buy some armor, but this is a great start for G2. And they did that with what? A Bulldog and I think Stinger, and then everything else is pistols. They didn't have much going into this.
Yeah, but the player with the Bulldog, Leaf, went huge.
Yeah.
And this trade through the smoke from Trent, that was clean.
And so keep an eye on him, on how things can roll for G2 here. They have plenty of money. They've got a couple of members who are halfway to having their ult online. I think that's the one maybe like if you're going to min-max your way through the first 3 rounds. So one thing that's kind of lacking, but other than that, G2 are in a great spot.
Yeah, when you're on the winning side of these weird little rounds.
Okay, good first kill.
I was going to say you can tend to snowball them out of control, but Icy gets caught lacking there holding the angle on the hookah push.
Little jump spot. Jonah P had the right angle.
I wonder if Jonah's going to read into this that it's a bait setup. I feel like JZZ maybe oversold his commitment onto that. Regardless, this dog will be able to tell. I mean, Jonah saw, yeah, he saw Mazin for sure. He looked to the left. Also, when someone's just running at a Skydog like that, it's just even more obvious. So this is going to be good for G2. Jonah's just keeping him here, and they're going to get wrapped at any moment now. If the rotate doesn't come in.
Oh, they're committing to the hookah fight. They take the telly, and Balance there to greet him.
It's just so unnecessary if you're MIBR. You're up 5v4, and you randomly take a TP off of no audio cue or anything. And now that's going to open up Jonah to bait rotates to this A site. He's here to full commit, and that's why Mazin runs into hookah there. But JZZ,
nice shot.
What was that?
Clean shots, keep it competitive, but ultimately, he's the last one alive. One away from ult. I think there's an opportunity for Vandal close by, but it's not going to matter. So I think there are a few things that G2 did there exceptionally well, and then we can talk about how MIBR kind of forced things a little bit, right?
Yeah.
G2 cut noise, or excuse me, they made a bunch of noise like they were rotating away through hookah, and then they cut noise, push back in. That manipulated the rotations over to A, and then from their point it was fights. But you're right, it felt like MIBR forced it a tiny bit or a lot of it.
And I'm just so confused why MIBR held their setup in Octagon for so long. That's ultimately what made the rest of the members at A site make a random TP play, because they knew they were going to get crunched at any moment. Yep. Just ask for the Viper wall to go up for you and just get out. Play a retake. You know you're not the heavy side. You either want to push all the way down long in that scenario or get out and play a retake setup, because they have all of hookah. They know they have the info on you that you're playing long. I mean, if you just sit there for too long, you're going to get pinched. Eventually, it would have came through. G2 would have made that pinch happen, and they would have gotten punished.
But instead, MIBR forced the matter. They tried to take TP, and again, Valen just kind of farmed there. So MIBR call a timeout, down 4 rounds early on. And this is, again, the snowball, it's starting to grow. 4 rounds already, still plenty of money. We'll see as soon as we get back into the action. G2 have a couple of members close to hold still. So this has the potential to get out of hand.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what happens when you lose such close rounds, like the way that MIBR have been losing some of these.
Yeah.
Where it comes down to like a 1v1 or even on the retake, right? Leaf getting that kill amongst 3 players shooting. You start to put self-doubt in you, in your calling, in your protocols, everything like that. And it just ends up making the opposing team just snowball you.
Yep.
Contact play and hookah this time. FRZ can't get caught lacking here. Ooh. This is good from G2. They just want to push off this hookah angle. They're going to leave one, take pressure on other sides of the map. That's why you see this Sky throw a flash in the shower. All signs right now are showing to A after that hookah deny.
And what that's intended to do is it's supposed to get MIBR to move, and maybe Valen gets a late one.
Exactly. This is going to be a TP commit play, I believe.
Yeah, I think
all
so
G2 are doing right now is just baiting utility out. And
Nice shot.
That's
gets the TP to come through.
That's the cue for them to go.
It's a 5v1 on site. Utility flooding everywhere.
They look like a puppet master out here. But it's not going to be enough. Oh! One gets caught.
Oh my gosh.
Fortunately for G2, the rest of them had cleared the ult already. Spike planted. Leaf now has his pit.
Oh, man.
They have no
It's
choice
a
but
save.
to save. What a beautiful display from G2.
Yeah, and this might be one of those halves where Bazooka's going to have to call 2 timeouts.
Potentially, yeah. Because it's a snowball now. I mean, this thing is huge. It's rolling.
I mean, I spoke about it earlier, about how it feels to play G2 on a map like this. It just feels so suffocating with the way that they play. I mean, everything that they did there was to bait out rotations, and it was perfect.
And then also, I mean, that kill from Leaf down ball.
Yeah.
That opens up everything.
That's his one job to do on that lurk. And who better of a player would you want?
Yeah, exactly. He's
to do that.
So we've called him a rock. We've called him so steady. We've called him like he's been in so many of these clutch, tense moments, a cornerstone for this team.
Something about those duelist players that switch over to that Sentinel role, they have the confidence to take a lot of 1v1s, and when it goes their way, man, it just feels like you can't do anything.
Then getting the pit down 2 just opens everything up. That's tragic.
Yeah.
But 5 rounds in a row, plenty of money, really nothing lost. Valen 1 away from having his ult. That might be our... They've got something to fight back with here.
And the pace change.
Yeah, at the perfect time. Again, another nod to how good Valen has been. This call is perfect.
Nothing here to delay the plant either.
Spike planted.
Trent 1 away from having his ult online. Joining Valen. The thing is, they're getting crunched, so they're going to have to deal with the fight on multiple fronts. Icy with a big kill.
Nice entry from Icy.
Oh, nice!
Oh, fuck.
That's a second. Now Trent dealing with what's coming from behind him. 47 HP, has to take a step back. Icy's been steady. And he's able to help here.
3 in the round!
Holy smokes, this is falling apart for MIBR.
Okay, Icy.
It's a flawless.
Learning from previous mistakes of other series, repositioning really well this time. I feel like a lot of the times when he gets the first kill, he kind of gets punished, trying to get the second, but this time, He knows he doesn't even need to do too much. Get your first kill, fall back, play with your team, let them come into you and just hold.
Enemy down.
I mean, it sets you up for free kills like this, and when you have the star roster of some of these G2 players, you really don't need to do much to look good.
And again, we talk so much about confidence in Valorant and how series can be won or lost because of that.
Yeah.
Because of confidence. And for G2, particularly for Icy, he feels good.
You know, especially with these young guys, you know, you're like, oh, what version of them are we gonna get today? For C9, it's, are we gonna get Scrim Oxy today? I think we're seeing Scrim Icy right now.
Yeah, I would agree. And, you know, we haven't talked about it as much, and, you know, he hasn't necessarily performed the same way, right, as people would have expected, but what I'm hearing from the streets is that there is a Scrim Icy, and he's a freak, too.
Yeah, I played against it, dude, I know. This guy can drop 30s just as easily as Oxy. It's just a matter of time before he can translate it into these matches, and
One enemy remaining.
He's doing
this could be this could be a start to something great, I should say.
It's been a start to a great map for G2 so far. 7-0. Plenty of money, plenty of ults. This is a full-blown avalanche at this point.
Yeah, G2 just look like they can't handle the weather right now. I mean, sorry, MIBR look like they can't handle the weather right now.
That's done.
Let's go, Icicle.
Big dog. And again,
teammates can feel it too.
Yeah, you're gassing up your guy. He's been such a source of conversation over the first couple of weeks for G2, and you know, can he deliver because he hasn't, and you know, is he the right fit? And we talked about how he seems comfortable on Gecko, but how is he going to perform when he's the only duelist, when it's on him to create space, him to go? So far, so good. What can our team do to counter, though? An ult on mine?
Oh, he's feeling it for sure right now.
They've crossed paths, and Icy gets 2. Leaf with the 3rd.
Off the rocket timing of Artscene, you just saw Icy go flying over truck, killing 2 players in CT. Oh, 1 player in CT and 1 behind him, so he pulled a 180. He's a little freaky right now, I must say. Nothing going the way of MIBR. They just have no answers right now.
Meanwhile, Scrim Icy has arrived. How many kills is he at so far?
I think he's at like 9 or something. He's been getting back-to-back multi-kills as well. I think that's the key difference.
Yeah.
In general, he has a pretty good first kill, first death stat line. It's just he was getting traded quite a bit against a lot of these other teams.
Sure.
Right now, he's able to string 2, 3 kills together, like a lot of other star duelists in the league. So these are really good signs for G2.
And it's only, I mean, it's only getting worse for MIBR. They couldn't even save a ton of weapons. They're only able to carry 1 weapon into the next round. So even the little things that they need to do to try to keep this competitive aren't going their way. There's that satchel that you just mentioned. Icy off of the Q from Artscene using his satchels forward, gets 2 kills back sight.
That was sick.
And there's just no control for MIBR.
I love how the one MIBR highlight in this clip was just JZZ killing someone not looking at him.
Yeah,
because that's the only way they've been able to get kills this half.
That's been the one silver lining.
And that's the second time out, I believe, yeah?
Yeah, you're right. You mentioned it. It's felt like a half where Bazooka might have to call 2 timeouts in it. It's exactly what happens.
I mean, you have to. You got to tell your team right now, yo, get your head out of your, out of your behinds right now, because this is getting out of control. This is not how things should be going, especially with how competitive the last map was. But the emotions and maybe the frustrations setting in to MIBR after the set of rounds that perhaps they shouldn't have lost.
So that's a relic, the guard jersey in the crowd. Yeah, that's wild. 8-0 for G2, man. And you're right, those little things aren't going their way. The perhaps frustration building up. Who knows? But I think you said it really well a couple of rounds ago, where you mentioned that it feels suffocating when you're playing against G2 on bind, and MIBR on their last breath here.
I mean, they're getting outshot, they're getting out rotated.
Come on, little homies.
They can't get a retake win. At this point, what can they do?
we've seen variety in how G2 have wanted to approach these attack paths. We've seen contact, we've seen manipulating rotations, we've seen fast hits. It seems a little bit slower here, but that does seem like that's the intent. They hit
a good
2.
Start.
Oh, it's huge. They hit 2, but RGL was there to keep the line back. Valen pushing forward, Jonah P close by. They have so much space.
I can't help but feel like this is going to be another G2 round win because they play these post plants, especially in these like weird, awkward 2v2s or 3v2s so well.
Oh, Chill, you've jinxed a couple of times.
Hey, I'm trying to help MIBR out to at least win 1 round.
Jonah P flushed out, trying to hold the line. Cannot. As the Molly causes problems, Trent in a clutch situation. Trent, who's delivered for this squad so many times in positions such as these, is gonna have to do it again. The Molly soars by his face, drops one of his own. FRZ gonna try to get to half, 4 eyes to it. I don't know that Mazine can do this. Wingman can. Oh my goodness, Trent does it again.
He's gonna get caught by the spike. Yeah.
I mean, he played it perfectly. He understands that.
And maybe our mental is
have to
boom.
get half. MIBR has to get half there if they want to win the round. There's no way around it. It's too easy for him. That's what he's saying right now. What are these guys doing?
He makes it look easy. And that was off of an opener, man. That was without Icy taking space. You're right.
Crazy, but I don't know why MIBR is just flooding out of the CT smoke, trying to get a trade so bad. Even with RGL going down there, he got 2 before he died. You're still up 4v3. I mean, just calm the round down and go into your actual set post plant that you have. But right now, they're just so desperate to win a round. They're just trying to peek, and
this feels forced. JZZ's playing in the smoke. And
I mean, they're ready for it, though. Maybe not anymore because of that flash.
A little bit of info is all it was. I thought he was going to try to take the fight. So once again, MIBR with an opener. Can they convert it to a round win, though?
That timing is huge.
Timing here. Might have to TP off of this. The dog never cleared him. Oh no.
How much damage can he do? Looks like they're going to try to pop out towards B. They have some hookah space. They have no info what's happening A.
Yeah, it's tough because this Viper's Pit went down. So they might have an idea that there is a Viper's Pit somewhere at A. They don't know if it's short or in shower. But this site exec is so hard to hold. If this Gecko Molly lands on default with a nade back site, there's going to be nowhere for MIBR to play.
I see saturated. There's the Gecko Molly. There's the util that you mentioned, and they cracked the site open again.
It's impossible to hold against that. But
Spike down.
He's the only one here. He's got so much to do. Can he contain? Can you imagine, dude? Just plays his life. Ice creeping forward, trying to get the kill, finds it.
Oh man, he's looking so good right now. I'm so happy for him.
It's a 2v2.
2v2 though. Not out of the woodwork.
It's a lot of damage.
Spike down, but they're both so weak.
The reposition too.
104 HP across both
Oh
of
my
them.
god. What the fuck are those people?
It's a great Molly. Oh, Leaf is so weak. He dies to it. Icy on the swing. Can he land the shots? FRZ clutches it out. Oh, they finally got around.
I feel like we get so close to seeing a 13-0, and then around 9-10, the enemy team wins a round. It's like clockwork at this point with me and you, Doug. But, I mean, great job from MIBR to finally slow it down in that 2v2.
Yeah.
It almost got scary, though.
And that was, again, off of an opener. They find themselves in these numbers advantages, and then it's heroics off of G2. It's ridiculous moments. It feels like MIBR are kind of letting go out of their hand that keeps it competitive.
They needed to use this momentum to string these last couple rounds together if they want any chance of making a comeback into this game.
And even then, the chances are slim, bro.
Yeah, it's a tough ask against a defense side of G2 who honestly will just delay the bomb for like centuries, it feels
Forever,
like.
yeah. They've taken some space showers. They're proactive on denying space, denying the map, which is well done. And they're playing soft on B, so.
Oh, this rocket, is this damage? No damage on the JZZ this time.
Tucked around the corner. So what did G2, or what do MIBR have, excuse me, to try to take this thing back? The only ult they have is JZZ's. They've got to know the sky is close. They're really taking their time with this. Maybe too patient? Icy still gets... Oh, it was Valen who got it, excuse me. Either way, they're getting a couple of kills that they need, but G2 refusing to relent.
One enemy
just too clean from G2 right now. The teamwork is in full effect.
Yeah, and on the side of MIBR, I hate to say it, but I feel like we're watching a different team from what we saw in Icebox.
Yeah, they've definitely broken down.
That was an MIBR that we talked about. Winning clutch moments. Our team looked incredible. They were doing the small things well. They were playing the map perfectly, and they're still trying to do some of it. You saw them take a ton of space showers right at the beginning. They, you know, are trying to contain what G2 are doing, but once it gets into the messy moments, once it gets into the chaos of the gunfights, they're just not landing the shots.
One enemy remaining.
Leaf, although he was smoked off there, it makes it obvious that the retake is coming in and they can only come from one spot. So as everyone on the site is actually fighting, Leaf just needs to just spam in that general direction and just create even more chaos, maybe get a kill or two or a couple tags to mess up the peaks of MIBR on the entry. So it's just really good play from G2 right now, playing really well together.
They were so effective in the chaos on Icebox, MIBR were, but this is, I mean, a
Holy
shadow of what we
shit.
saw previously.
Yeah. I mean, G2 have been so committed on these last, like, 5 rounds on where they want to go. And
Nice shot.
I mean, G2 can do no wrong here.
Yeah. It's all because of how G2 started off this half. With all the lurks that they had and all the different layers that they had. It opened up the later part of the half for them to just full commit onto site splits or just site hits off of one lane.
And even just look at this moment right now. They're having to use these mollies.
Holy
trying
shit.
to find some space from so far away. Where it feels like, much like the entire half, they've been suffocated out.
Crazy.
11-1 in
Damn.
favor of G2, and yes, it was a 2v4 at the end there and the spike was planted, but that just felt like a perfect representation of how the half has felt for MIBR.
Yeah, and if you're MIBR, this is basically elimination from Shanghai.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this is heartbreaking right here.
With backs against the ropes, they looked formidable on Icebox, but again, a shell of the team that we saw just, what, an hour ago?
We got 5. That's big.
And again, not to take anything away from what G2 are doing, because they're playing it perfectly. I think there's a whole lot going on here on both sides. So G2 11-1 at half. That scoreline really tells us everything we need to do. Let's take a listen to Icy. We got to chat with him and find out how he feels about his performance here in stage 1.
With this being my first year in VCT Americas, my personal performance, I think the first 2 games, I was kind of just getting used to the stage, you know, like I had some jitters here and there, and I think like slowly, like each game, like I'm getting more comfortable playing on stage, and within the team, like I just feel like I'm realizing my role and like what needs to happen, and yeah, I'm getting more and more confident.
Well, he seems far more comfortable than the first couple of weeks. Like he said, if there were jitters there, if he was just getting comfortable with the stage, it seems like it's gone, right? Because he's playing well, and he's playing well on both roles. We talked about the Gecko and how that's such a different ask. Now he's on the Raze, he's creating space, he's going forward, and he's winning out these duels that, quite frankly, week 1 and week 2, we would see him lose every time.
Yeah, actually. You're 100% right about that. But it is good because, like I said, I've had the experience of playing against him, especially in the off season when I was still deciding if I was going to play or not. And he was really good. Like, he was really good on Raze. He looked nice. I haven't got to really play against his Jet too much, but he's solid on Raze. That's why G2 picked him up. They needed a Raze player.
Right.
And obviously, Leaf is a monster on this Sentinel role, too. So
it's a good sign when Josh is laughing at halftime.
I can't even imagine what they're saying right now. They're like, can you believe the first map was that close?
The duality of man.
So
Josh laughing and Bazooka with, I mean, I can't imagine what he's saying to his team, but I'm sure it's not nearly as encouraging or as happy as what's happening on the other side.
That's so tough. They, like, in kickoff, just like the Death said, that, like, I thought they looked really well and they had a lot of bright sides to look forward to, but they just haven't really been able to put their foot down and have any type of actual success outside of just some close games, maybe a map here or there.
I mean, that timeline is dreadful.
Yeah.
Right, and so much like MIBR in a must-win situation, not just in the map, not just in the series, given playoff implications. This goes without saying.
Trent just sitting there for a lineup?
Yeah, I think so. They have to win this round. They have to.
I think this is like almost a play out of 100 Thieves book from the other day, where it's like basically a Sky playing an off angle and then a double flash play to pinch anybody B long. But MIBR reading into this, they don't want to mess with that B long at all.
I don't blame them.
Yeah, they knew something was up. And they're picking the right side to hit here. And all Icy's job is here is to just throw that nade to delay the Gecko plant. That's it. He needs the nade, little buddy. Hope for his team to rotate in.
And right on cue, he has the nade out.
Oh, such a weird plant spot, though. I don't know if this will actually kill. It does! That's huge!
The guy's doing his job. You mentioned it, and now they're going to be applying pressure in from showers, and they have to go forward if they want to maintain control of the site.
And he knows.
I mean, they've got him corralled in. There's no way out. They have nowhere to go. They can't take Telly because they've lost short, but our team and FRZ finding the kills they need. 13 seconds left. Options are limited. Time is brief. Can they get this down? Can they get the spike down? They will. They'll get the kills, and the ever-needed pistol
They
goes
get this
away of
pistol.
MIBR.
It's a start.
They just have to 12-0 G2, I guess.
I don't know what more I can say. I do like MIBR's reactions to having that bomb be delayed and them not overextending into CT at the wrong time.
Sure.
I like how they just cut noise, took control of the entire site, and then fought together. It's a good protocol to have, especially against a team that likes to play heavy delay, for the rotates to come in and just likes to stall the bomb out. But how long can you keep that up? Because eventually it's just going to all go not your way.
The snowbally nature of how Valorant is playing right now just makes it to where you have no room for errors, right? If you're on the receiving end of what G2 just did in the first half, you have to play perfect Valorant the rest of the way, and that's such a difficult task.
Yeah.
But again, the snowball can go either way, so we'll see how it plays out. MIBR get the spike down. G2 choosing not to invest at all. Maybe get a couple of exits on the way out, but this round should go off without really any sort of drama.
Ooh.
Naturally, as I say that, a kill goes in favor of G2.
Leave it to Leaf. He's so good, man.
Yeah, he's unreal. And so MIBR will work their way to their third, and this is where the half is likely decided, right? Because once again, we go into this bonus situation. Can the snowball go the way of MIBR?
This is such good damage. They might get a Vandal here, too.
Enemy remaining.
I'm really jinxing everything today.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you really are. I don't think I've seen you in this form before.
Man, these teams are gonna start trying to pay me off to not jinx them.
So yeah, MIBR get their third. This is where the half is ultimately decided. Because if MIBR can get the snowball going their way, there is a reasonable shot at a comeback.
And they know that too, and that's why you see a big that they have to buy into this. Them losing those two Bulldogs might have worked in their favor, actually. So they're forced to full commit to this buy because it really is all or nothing right now.
There's my buddy.
You have to be near perfect to make this comeback. And if they do, it would be a hell of a story.
There's still so much Valorant to be played between then and now. G2 being proactive, taking a little bit of space with the dog down B long, confirming there's no one there. And you see Leaf has to give it up. Hearing the Dizzy, hearing all the util. Oh, Valent's gone exploring JZZ. Ready for it. They're staring each other down.
It's such a hard angle if you're Valen to actually peek into. But that kill might have JZZ walk for something to try to even numbers, but Valen takes his head clean off.
It's that tough angle that you were mentioning. And now MIBR left in disarray. 3 left to try to win this round back in the face of Trent's ult too. And all these smokes that Valent still has up. I mean, this is the delay that you were mentioning, right? Between all of the utility that G2 have at their disposal, there's really no options to get into the site.
So hard to play against.
And RGL's trying to get away.
Enemy down.
Will get his get a couple kills.
No bomb though.
Yeah, and no time.
Yeah, all Leaf has to do here is just live. Icy takes RGL's head clean off as well.
And so now G2 find themselves on series point, but I think on top of that, we've got to discuss the possibility of, I mean, MIBR find themselves staring down the barrel of playoff elimination.
Yeah, and Trent has ult. Jonah P is what, 2 off? I mean, even if you string a couple rounds together, you're gonna go up against a G2 who plays their utility so well on this map, and then you're adding 3 different ults into the mix potentially?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, there's not a lot of hopium right now for MIBR fans.
Such a dire situation to consider the possibility of your stage being done, Shanghai being off the table, and you're down 3-12. Trent's gonna get a little bit of info. He's gonna tag JCC.
Gosh.
He gets the kill. Oh my gosh, what?
There's the Brim ult, right? Front side. I thought he was gonna do it into U-Haul. No need to.
I mean, this is Raps.
They know someone's in CT.
It's been Raps for a few rounds now. Mazine, the only one left standing. And
GG.
go home with a whimper. 13-3 on Bind. They get destroyed. And just like that, their stage is over.
Yeah, that's a feels bad manner for MIBR, but if you're looking on the other side, this is a big win for G2. And the way that they did it.
Yeah.
Especially on that last map. Yeah, the first map was back and forth. It's good that they brought it back and won. But to come here in the second map and the performance that Icy had in the beginning of this like attack side, I mean, he was a main reason why they won a lot of these rounds.
Yeah.
He was getting in there in the chaos and thriving in it. That's something we didn't really see him doing much often.
Oh, 1000%. Yeah, that's my big takeaway from the series, because I think you look at this and you're kind of favoring G2 over MIBR, right? All things considered, but for it to be done in this fashion with Icy looking as good as he did on the Rays, taking space, getting openers, and then obviously when you have all the other pieces working as well as they are, Fallon is calling out of his mind right now. You know, Leaf is one of the best players in the game. Like, Trent, Jonah P, they're steady for the team every single time. Like, this is a G2 that feels like they're hitting their stride, and yes, it was against an MIBR who struggled, but everything came together today for them.
Yeah, and when you win with scorelines like 13-3, you don't show everyone else that you have to play for the rest of the split your entire hand on the map.
Yeah,
we didn't get to see much of G2's defense, and that's going to work to their benefit going into the next series when they play Bind again, and etc. So it's always good to win maps like this because of that reason.
Yep. As we near crunch time, as we get to the end of the stage, so much to look forward for G2. He's answered questions about Icy has about how he's going to handle the Rays. He gets more and more comfortable. He mentioned it in that little video that we had with him earlier. He's getting past those beginning jitters, and maybe it's Scrim Icy, maybe it's not, but the guy was the real deal today.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was a young player too, man. It was tough, bro, going on that stage for the first time, especially in front of a crowd and everything. It could be a big shock.
Just drop my pen.
Yeah, it could be a big shock. So shocking that it'll drop your pen. First time, Doug?
Yeah, first time. He is getting acclimated. I'm getting a little nervous on the stage too. Let's throw it down to Riv on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Yeah. What's going on? We're here live on the stage. I don't even have to say give it up for Leaf. There it is right there. G2 Esports with the win. Leaf, it's so good to talk to you after a while. I gotta ask, what was your first reaction when you heard Leaf back on Sentinel? This guy who's been a duelist, pushing the front lines, known for all these frags, but still doing it from Sentinel. What were your thoughts?
I mean, it was kind of my decision, not gonna lie.
Okay.
I've played it before on C9 the beginning of last year when we had the Ye and Vanity roster, so I was pretty confident in it. I think I'm obviously a lot better at it now than I was then, but I've learned a lot since then. But I think it's I think it's fun. I like it way more than Duelist.
Why do you think it fits you more than Duelist? Because you can kind of just express yourself on Duelist, but you seem to be really good as LMS.
I think I'm good at clutch situations, to be honest with you. I think even on Duelist, like, there were rounds where I had really insane clutches. And it's just nice to be able to not, swipe 800 times to clear 800 angles, and I just look at my crosshair and just shoot somebody, and I throw like a post point molly, so it's pretty fun.
Absolutely. Looking forward, you have Loud coming up, and Sen versus Loud. I want your opinion on that, but also how are you feeling about that matchup?
I mean, Loud's like the #1 team that you really just shouldn't count out ever.
Okay.
I mean, I think Sadhak is literally the best IGL in the game still. Like, he's still playing too. No discredit to Valen, but obviously, like, that guy is a legend of the game. So I think it'll be a fun game. I always like playing against Les. He's like the hardest player to play against too on LAN. So I think it'll be really fun.
All right, with that then, next game, Sen or Loud, who do you got?
For my sake, Loud, because it helps us get to playoffs, but I know a lot of people are Sen fans, so, you know, but I just got to root for my own team.
All right, Lee, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on the win and moving forward. We are going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. You heard it just there. Sen versus Loud up next.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
última que jogamos contra Sentinels realmente foi jogão.
Spraying down, but he's disjointed on the rest of his team. Cowers in out wide. The reset. Oh, rolling thunder lifts him up in the air, sky high.
Foram vários mapas apertados, mas lamentavelmente perdimos. E eu acho que novamente vai ser outro jogão.
I've said it before, but it's just going to come down to a game of like Sodhawk and John battling out who's calling, who's changing what. It's going to come down to the mid-rounding. It's going to come down to the basics and fundamentals. Loud is never an easy opponent.
John, chances, 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 and delivers!
Definitely going to be hard, so we need to come prepared because we still have a chance of not making playoffs. We still have a chance of making playoffs, whether it be first seed, last seed, whatever the case may be. We just need to get there now at this point.
Eu espero que a gente realmente represente melhor, né, o Brasil, o que a gente está treinando, basicamente o que a gente está treinando, que podamos representar bem contra eles, que seja jogão, vai ser difícil, mas é possível.
Welcome back to week 4 of VCT Americas and our second match of the day. Now, the arena will be full for this one because it's Sentinels versus Loud. Now, I am Geek Heavy on the desk yet again with Wyatt and Balla. How y'all doing?
Good. That last game was different than you expected, but still ends up with the same thing. And it's unfortunate to see MIBR out of playoff contention, but G2 looked very good. So yeah. I'm very excited to see that carry forward into this game because the stakes are really high.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was definitely made in ruins for MIBR, but definitely got to give it up to G2 for getting that win. Now, let's move on to the match that we have right now, the Soup du Jour. Now, the last time we saw these teams play, it was at Masters Madrid, but today they're near the bottom of their respective groups and fighting for a survival, which is just insane to think about that. You know, now if Loud loses today, they're officially out of playoffs. Like, Wyatt, did you ever think that those words would come out of my mouth or any mouth? Like,
No,
it's insane.
No. And the thing is, Akeem, no. Since the debut of this team, Loud, years ago, they have made every international event. And not just that, I mean, the majority of them, they were all making deep runs. Yeah. They've won international events. Like, this is just a team that you always think of being at the very top. You would have never expected them to be down in this situation 0-3. And it's not just being down 0-3, but in the way that it's played out is pretty shocking. We've just never seen them
For them to be winless is crazy.
Yeah.
But even still, like, this is a team that won every single regional title up until this year, right? For them, every single time. They were America's champions last year, right? So, yeah, it is shocking. It's very shocking.
Well, you know, honestly, I think it's kind of shocking to see where Sentinels are as well.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
now Sentinels, they say that they're ready and all is well behind the scenes. But here's what their social media posted. Let's check this out. Good news! After last match, the boys held a big team meeting and it went great. Decided to take a day off, and now we're coming back at 100%, feeling like ourselves and ready to fight.
At least it's not a video of Kaplan sitting down in a chair.
Yeah. Breaking the bad news. Yeah, no, listen, I like that. In fact, I love that for them. I think that's something that Loud and Sen both need. Coming off the back of Madrid, they had to go straight into Americas here. Other teams, they had that month to prep. They were watching Loud and Sen, prepared for them, and it's those guys that are coming in with some fatigue and with less time to reinvent parts of their game, you know? So I think that's necessary.
Yeah, honestly, I'm hoping that the vibes are really high because I was watching an interview with, shout out to Pedro Romero, that he did with Coach Kaplan. And to quote what Coach Kaplan said in that interview, he said, you just can't show up to matches and not be a team in the server. And essentially, that's what they were doing. That's according to Coach Kaplan. I'm not saying that. Those are not my words. Those are his.
I mean, you can just see on the cams, he looks way more animated and frustrated than before. Like, he in the Coach Alex and MCE zone of anger. Seriously, which was never the case when you were seeing him before. Like, the expectations for the team are way higher, and I do feel like it's led to some frustration in their camp that they're not meeting them at the moment.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Earlier, Riv caught up with Zelsis, the vibe merchant himself, to see, let's get a little vibe check. So let's check it out.
That's right. We're here in the Sen practice room. I'm joined by Bundle right now, and I got a quick question. Got to get some insight on what the meeting was like last week after the EG game, and on the off days, was it back to the grind, or was it a bit of decompressed days?
It's always about the grind, getting back to work. You know, it's esports, but you know, we've had a lot of these meetings, so we need to start winning and stop having meetings. Otherwise, I need to go to an AA meeting. So yeah.
All right. Well, pizza parties later.
An AA meeting. Wait, what does that stand for in this context?
Auto aim.
Auto aim meeting.
Good. That was a good save.
Yeah, off the top. Yeah, Balla saving us. Yeah. Now, no one actually expected Coach Potter. She thought that EG was going to take down Sentinels 2-0, and they actually did, and putting their stage 1 in jeopardy. Like, my mind was blown. Did any of y'all think that was going to happen? Like, what we saw, it was insane.
No, absolutely. But this is a pattern for EG, right? This is a pattern. They always mess teams up late in the season. They've been doing it since 2022 with that old roster back against Optic way back when. They did it last year and actually turned it into something. So very interesting to see this late in the season against Sentinels now, who are our previous international champion, right? They still hold the crown for winning Masters Madrid. And here they are once again getting knocked down and having to do basically a run back in the lower bracket. I know we're talking about a regular season here, but yeah, they are at risk of not making playoffs because of that match.
Yeah. I mean, well, it seemed like Coach Potter, like those are just like, she was hoping for the best for her team, and it actually just worked in her favor. It just honestly blew everyone's mind. But you know what? Let's hop over to their competitors, shall we? Okay. Now, Loud did not have a great Super Week either. Like, they lost their 3rd straight match after Madrid. How? How is this possible?
I mean, first of all, they're going against crew who are just absolutely white
They've been
hot.
showing up, yeah.
Their players individually right now can do nothing wrong. They're hitting all of their shots. Crew played a very simple game against Loud. It was very effective, kind of reminiscent to me of like watching Gen G. You can just expect a high level of mechanical skill from every single player, top to bottom right now, and the game plan's straightforward, and Loud just could not stop them. I think right now, on the opposite end, the juxtaposition being that Loud's firepower right now is just, I think it's lacking. The lacking. I feel like it's the worst we've ever seen from them, and again, from a team that
they get carried by firepower. I mean, that's their identity.
They could
in a
fall
lot of
back
cases.
on it if they needed to. Yeah, like they could always fall back on that, and they just can't. Right?
And honestly, that's how they made Madrid in the first place. And Madrid wasn't the best showing from them either. Obviously, they made top 4. I think a lot of people will be excited about that and be happy with that result, especially given the fact that this is a different team, right? So with context, it might make sense. But to see them 0-3 is crazy. I think it's absolutely what you're saying, Wyatt, about the firepower. It's not there right now for this team. And because of that, they're also trying to overcompensate in terms of compositions and agents that they're playing, right? Sonic on Deadlock is crazy at this point in the stage.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's wild to me. But you know what? Let's actually hear from one of the players. We're going to send things over to Riv, who's standing by with Kawazine.
Thank you, guys. We've infiltrated the Loud practice room. I'm going to pick Kawanzine's brain real quick. He's given me a second of his time. Kawanzine, normally Loud is the top Brazil team. Everybody's looking for the strats from this squad. What do you think has been the biggest blocker this stage for the squad and being able to get those results again?
Cara, acho que o Valorant está num nível muito alto e se você para de evoluir, basicamente os outros times passam por cima de você. Eu acho que os times brasileiros ficaram travados, mas acho que de modo geral todos os brasileiros aqui nesse campeonato têm muito potencial para continuar evoluindo bastante. E acho que talvez no próximo split a gente consiga mostrar o 100% do potencial brasileiro.
Yeah, Valorant is a game that keeps evolving, and when you don't evolve, the other teams will steamroll you. And that's, I feel like, what's happening right now with the Brazilian teams. We kind of blocked, but I'm still confident that all the Brazilian teams can still perform good, and we are very confident for the second split.
Well, can't wait to see that evolution today. Good luck.
Yeah, well, you heard it there. You definitely have to evolve and constantly evolve because that's just what Valorant is. Like, it's constantly evolving as a whole.
See, I agree with that, but like with the context of this team being 0-3, I don't agree with that.
Well,
I don't think that makes sense with it's been evolving throughout the entirety of this year so far.
I'm kind of taking that in the way that in their offseason, they tried to evolve by pushing this double flash, Phoenix, Breach, all that.
Yeah.
That had a short shelf life.
Yeah.
It caught people off guard, and then it expired. And after that, though, then they haven't really had a chance to evolve too much in the past few weeks, and post-Madrid having no time, they were stuck with the flights, that whole situation.
Yeah.
And now it feels like they're hitting a reset button. They're playing some more default stuff like Deadlock aside.
Yeah.
Some of the maps are kind of going back to basics. QCK playing a lot more Raze, but they haven't had time to evolve again. It feels like they just kind of regressed.
I see that, absolutely. And with that being said, like, this time that you're hoping for is leading to them being at risk of not even just at risk, at major risk of not making this international upcoming in Shanghai. And this is going to be the first time ever that happens for this team since their inception in 2022.
Just look at this list right now. They've been to every event. They have, 5 top 4 placements?
Yeah.
3
beautiful run.
finals appearances. I mean, this is one of the greatest teams that we have ever seen in the game.
I mean, after 2022, we were thinking this is the best pre-partnership team of all, right? Out of all of those teams, over Optic, over some of the other greats as well. They did it, and they've still been doing it up to this point. It's do or die now, or otherwise that record is going to get broken.
Right. Yeah. So I guess the question is, like, how do they kind of course correct so that they do still stay in contention?
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know if we got the answers here, but
that is tough, because one of the things I think is time, which has not been on their side, but also I think they've just misread this meta. I think the no Sentinel double flash thing, the power of Cypher right now in this meta has been on full display this year. It's so strong, and I think of dodging that completely has just been a misfire. Like, how are we playing no Sentinels except for Deadlock? Fellas, it's time to reconsider. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So that is one thing I'm looking at. Like, again.
Yeah, but they're not going to change that.
For a bit of time.
That's their identity now, right? Like,
it doesn't have to be. It's time.
I mean, we can't just sit here and go the same thing for every Brazilian team. Like, please, Brazil, catch up to the
Just
meta.
shake them.
That is the case, though.
But it's 2 weeks. They got to get 2 wins in the next 2 weeks, otherwise they're gone. Like,
but it's not like they haven't played with Sentinels before. Like, it's not. It's not so crazy to have to bring that in. Like what MIBR were doing, and again, I respect that they changed so much, but they changed everything, and we're bringing in new comps completely.
Too much. You're asking
I don't
for too
need
much.
that.
Akeem,
Loud.
I'm gonna give you $10,000. Get this guy off the team.
What are you talking? Seriously?
I'm asking for a
Seriously?
cipher.
No, I will take the 10K. No, I'm giving you opportunity. But you know what? Let's go to predictions. Predictions right now. Who's winning? Why?
Sen.
I'll go Sen too, just because I think they're closer to making playoffs here, and it's a cop-out answer, but Loud has just been playing very poorly the last couple of weeks, and I don't see it changing.
All right. Well, you know what? I guess I'm going to be the advocate of the devil. I'm going to go. I'm going to go with Loud. I'm going to go with Loud. I just feel like, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
Look,
you know?
I'll tell you, these games are always close between these two teams, right? They always go to every single map.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's about that time, y'all. That's right. It's time to get this match underway. So let's send it down to the stage and see what's cooking up and who might win this one.
Riot Games Arena, make some noise for your first team, Sentinels! Confia, porque ainda não acabou. Faz o L de Loud!
it is almost time. I cannot wait to see how things shake out for this one. I'm the only one that's on Loud side, apparently, here at the analyst desk.
I mean, come on, we're on Loud side. We want to see them
I am on Loud side.
Yeah.
I'm predicting Sentinels.
You need to be louder.
My brain says Sentinels, but my heart is always with Loud. It always has been, and it always will be. But listen, I'm a scorned, heartbroken fan right now, team, and I have to go with Sentinels at the moment. As much as it pains me. And it does pain me.
Yeah.
And like you said, Arden, these teams, though, regardless of everything, the last 2 times they met up, super close games. At Madrid, it came down to a third map OT.
Yep.
So, you know, listen, it could come down to that.
I mean, the finals of our kickoff tournament as well was 3-2, right? And
Yeah.
it's a 5-mapper.
Right? It's true.
It happens every single time. So, I mean, let's take a look at the matches.
Oh, my God. Okay, here's, again.
I'm panicking.
We've taken it to Lotus. Both teams pretty much get rid of their permabans, which, I mean, are we going to see the deadlock? That is all eyes for me.
I see it right now. I see it right now. I see it right now.
I saw it on the screen. I saw it on the screen.
Fearing the deadlock.
Oh, my God.
So tell me why that's such a scary thought for you, because
he was killing his teammates with walls. Is why it's a scary thought for me, man. I mean, multiple rounds. Les got trapped on a wall, died to a molly. On the last round, he threw it and trapped Cowens. Poor Cowens, he was trying to play the spike. Gets trapped by the wall.
He's in the walls.
And then they all have to
He's in the
spray
walls.
it down his own. And then just can't get into post-play positions. I mean, it's a situation where it felt like they had an idea that it would just be good on the map.
Yeah.
But it didn't come in with some strict ideas of like, we are going to go for this set play. Most of the moments that were standing out to me, it was just utility on the fly. Like, this situation, I think a wall would be good here. I think a grav net would be good here. And like, the grav net can kind of be like a C's on this map where you throw it on like the C platform, that kind of thing. But goddamn, this needs to be way better if they're going to win this deadlock.
Well, you never know. Sadak might be pure comedy on the deadlock. John QT is pure cinema. Yes, that's right. Now it's time to get this El Clasico 2.0 started and send it over to your casters. Here's Bryn and Sideshow.
Yeah, let's get it started, and I'm going to be taking some liberties here, but I believe this is a must-win for both of these teams. You got to be thinking that. You're looking at the groups. I mean, Loud currently winless. The bane of their existence, the desk kind of touching on it, I think, as well, through the history books of 2024 so far. The bane of their existence has been Sentinels. It was them that bested them in the grand finals at the kickoff to get those 3 championship points. It was them that knocked them into the lowers of Madrid, like Wyatt was mentioning on the desk as well. It was a very heated faction, only a difference of 2 rounds between them. These 2 teams have been closely contested so far for the entirety of 2024, but it's always been Sentinels taking that edge against them.
This match ends up being absolutely imperative, though, for both sides.
Yeah.
Sen are also in an incredibly difficult group. For Loud, they would miss their first global event ever if they get eliminated from these playoffs. And they put their hopes on Sadak's deadlock, which didn't work against Cloud9. They had some decent ideas, but the execution of it did look a little sloppy, as the desk was illustrating. And here at the start, we're seeing a fight over that front B territory as Sentinels go with that classic defensive maneuver we've seen from them recently of taking mount control and then opening door to flush out front B.
Loud funneled entirely over towards A. Nana Swarm's going to be delaying the push. Take care of the turret, though. Horn flying forwards along with the boom, but a lot of utility being expended on either side. Seeing still is a bit of a stalemate as we hit that minute mark in the round.
One of the things that Sadak loves doing with the deadlock on the attack side is getting into an exec space and then throwing the wall just to make sure the retake all funnels through one direction. To me, one of the biggest problems in their game against Cloud9, though, was that Loud kept ending B, and the C9 retakes on B were so good, completely overwhelmed Loud. So the more they can end on C like this, with only 10s at home, the better it'll be. Look at this lineup with the deadlock wall, lovely into waterfall.
30 seconds left.
It's a little more difficult to punish them for breaking that wall, but I think it's going to make most of the retake come through spawn. And Loud, this is where that deadlock can create the advantages.
So they've still got a bit of util left to play with here. As soon as this fight comes through with a nade, Following through with that paranoia, big connections. Ghosto ripping them apart, and the grab net. Significant value there. 3 players just locked and rooted into place here. Sentinels finding it difficult to chew through this one. It's another smoke to try and get them into position, into the site, but it doesn't matter for Loud. A tight control there to C-site when they get into the post plant. For all the reasons you were already describing, Josh.
And Sen tried their best to break that hole. They had a Haunt and Paranoia combo that lit up multiple players on the left side, but the bodies were just too many to get past.
Yeah.
Look at this. They're marked. Half of them are blinded, but great grab net. And yes, I don't want to ignore the fact that Sadak did beef a bunch of his utility last time we saw them play. You heard Wyatt talk about it on the desk. He grav-netted 2Es in one of the rounds. He locked out less with his wall at times. But I think the more you play with this, if it is a game plan they want to commit to, the better that util on the fly will get. It was honestly, he was just like flashed up and missing the util a lot of the time. It's simple stuff. It's easy to fix. We shouldn't see too many of those self-owns on this map. Maybe that's just my hope speaking.
I'm certainly hoping for that. I mean, if there's one thing I know about Loud, is that you can never doubt this team. Even when they're looking down in the dust, beaten down over the course of this split, you just never know when they're going to come alive.
And they really have been beaten into the dust this split, though. It's so rare that we see Loud in this kind of spot.
Yeah.
2E's going to break that turret over towards C. It seems like from Loud so far, they're looking to apply pressure A and maybe have that avenue of ending C in the late round if they need to. They work for them on the pistol. And Sadak is normally excellent at his IGLing of trying to find those holes in teams' defenses. This is the wall that they do when they go for their A exec, so this is making it feel like they're going to end A.
It's a one-man fake, though, and a one-man show. Still, I mean, center on that half by
Go! Yeah, okay, well, someone was supposed to be taking contact there for John, but they'll maybe tighten that one up once we get to the rifle rounds. It doesn't matter as much here. Loud getting themselves into that C post plant. Sadak didn't give away a rifle or anything. And now instead of the wall going and flushing out waterfall, it's players in that direction. So again, the Sen retake all coming from one spot.
Plan for Mound as well. You have Less who's going to be taking point here. Onto the side, doesn't quite have the weapon for it, so he's not scared of playing aggressive. And they have flipped it. You can see just that positioning. QCK, it's been a bit of a nuisance here. They know that waterfall is most likely occupied. Zekken just seeking to dominate the smoke, but as it fades, the rifles gonna be slinging those bullets across now and finding all sorts of value. 2 years eventually getting it slightly labored. John QT sticking this one. Surely pushed back, and yes, eventually so. But that's a damaging second round here for Loud. They managed their economy so that they bring those rifles into the next, at least 2 of them, but they did have 3 online.
It's not that bad though, because they didn't full invest into the bonus. They'll still have some damaging weaponry to work with. I think this is one of those situations where Loud should just be playing the bonus instead of trying to force up, but we'll see what decision they go for. We've seen some teams like G2 just decide to go for it in these spots.
Let's go.
Zelsa is trying to keep the vibes up early on. It was a decent or rather, decent eco round, I should say. And here we go into the tech pause early on.
Okay.
We've had a few of these with the Sen games recently.
We really have, yeah.
But I think it just gives us more time to talk about it. I was looking through the stats of all the teams that went to Madrid recently.
Yeah.
Of course, this being our rematch of those 2 teams that were in the grand finals at kickoff, the representatives of Americas at Madrid. The Madrid teams across Americas, Pacific, and EMEA, since coming back, have only been at a 54% win rate. That is really low for what should have been the premier teams in those 3 regions.
Yeah.
I've discounted China from that a little because I feel like it's a bit more of a top-heavy region. And so those top teams have less competition, I feel. But I really feel that stat in and of itself really showcases how difficult it is for teams to compete at these Masters events and come back and hit the ground running.
Yeah, it's been really tough.
Especially for Loud, who was stuck in Belfast afterwards.
That's what I mean, man.
And didn't even get practice.
Sentinels greasing the palms of the immigration officers or something. I don't know, but here we go.
Look at that grav net.
Yeah. A lot of util being used to make sure that they can't take and contend that close rumble fight. But Tens, he's still stuck his way in here. Eventually will go down, but surely evened up now. 3-2-3 QCK. Dropped down 1 bullet to the chest. Finalizing it from Zekken. In the middle of all that chaos, 2 years. Did find that gap in through to the B side. The trouble is the spike It's dropped down into the middle of nowhere. They'll have to retrace their steps and regain that ground if they want any chance of winning this round.
It is technically possible that Tui's could get up to his Omen ult in the middle of this round, but it doesn't seem likely with the state of what's happening. So Les is making his way over there. There was a coordinated play to put more pressure on Zelsis. Les got close to C, started breaking Killjoy utility, in theory to make that duel easier for Tui's, but he brute forced his way through it anyway. And the Sen players are doubling up.
Yeah, doubling up, but you can see the amount of unknowns just circling around, you know, both teams' heads, I think, at this point, just making sure that everything could be cleared. Les is having to contact his way through most of these angles. He just doesn't know what space has been taken by Sen here.
But Tui's fake smoke on B did start to pull people towards that site, and so it's opened up this avenue for Loud to get to.
It's double re-clear Sen. They're side by side. I mean, Loud are going to have easy access to this entire site. And the Wiser. So Sen are in the opposite sides of the map as well. This plant will go down. As soon as they hear there's no sound cues and they see that plant is online, they're going to be making a run. Heavy marathon sprint now all the way over towards the A side because time is of the essence in this one. It is still winnable for Sen. But it's about how they take this fight right here with the door opening wide. Les, he's got awareness online, looking away for but a moment! Not covering the angles. 2 years dropped, but Les does not reveal his position now. Tucked it to slide off angle. A jar! And nails the first one. 1v1, nade in his face, satchels as well. Too much to overcome. And Zekken, who just winning out with a util.
Amazing round from Zekken there, recovering it for his team. But in the grander scheme of things, that's still a pretty big win for Loud. They've gotten closer to their ults. They've damaged the Sen economy very heavily. And they've also showcased that Sen were not ready for that Gravnet at the start of the round.
Yeah.
Because Loud didn't get to showcase their full strat book on the attack side against Cloud9, they only actually threw that Gravnet a couple times in the match. And Sen got caught by it there. It's a really powerful piece of utility, very big. And look at the eco damage that this has done. A Guardian for Zelsis and a Bulldog for Sassy coming into this round. And the Loud players close to 2 huge ultimates there in the Showstopper and Nightfall.
And the war chest is filling up. Double satchels from QCK. No one to deal with that horn, but again, there is no follow-up. Sentinels. They'll concede that space in towards Rubble. 2 years as well have been taking a lot of liberties out towards B here. Will there be any follow-up after the Prowler gets shot down and broken? It's a slight angle there. Pixel to work with. Prowler in his face too. Sends it flying with a util to seize. With a snake bite, but it's all dodged and ducked.
Yeah, not comboed particularly well there, I feel. They've just sent that util in with no opportunity to follow up on it because there could have been other Loud players holding, and indeed there were, to make sure that Tui's didn't get punished. So Sadak's starting to really clear this space. He's a smart guy. He knows that after Sen have played that with 3 players, they're much more likely to back up and start to cover other holes in the map.
It's calling a good round for them. 2 years. Only the 1 smoke to work with, but it won't be biting them.
He hit the wall this time.
He did hit the wall. No misplays, no fumbles. So into the post plant we go for Loud.
And they played these B post plants way too passively against C9. So it's nice to see 2 players up and aggressive here. QCK and Sadak.
And make sure to play those 4 positions. QCK inside the smoke, takes the timing. And with that, Rocket earned. A kill gained. And this retake just looking really so unlikely for Sentinels. They realize it. Immediate backing away. Got to keep those rifles into the next if you want to stand any chance on the long-term plan.
And all of that damage done on the bonus round. That's one of the reasons why Sen don't feel comfortable committing to that. Zekken with only 200 credits. They're cowering in spawn here. Loud getting up to a great start. QCK got his ult online by playing that more aggressive situation. I feel like that was one of the big problems that they had against C9. C9's flood defending on B was just getting so much space. And Loud, when you replace the Killjoy with the Deadlock, you don't have the ability to play off-site lineups like Sentinels are going to do once the sides are swapped. So they have to play in those pushed up spots. So we can already see the evolution of the game plan from Loud on the attack side. And this one, the replay from a prior round, has less gone down. But this is the one from QCK that cracked things open.
Yeah, it's a big one.
This is a prediction shot onto Sassy.
It's QCK again. I mean, QCK, there's no pushback again from Sentinels. It's been the game plan for them, just giving up this space for free as the door opens up again. It's the Nano Swarm to stop them in their tracks, but Loud have been doing a great job with the macro. However, that is overzealous. Less really did overstep his own boundaries. Another snakebite drop down as well as that Prowler, but the door opens wide to that angle. John QT will fall in the midst of it.
Really well supported by Loud. Yes, a little early from Les, but the rest of the team there to pick up the pieces.
Drop down into pit silently.
Here, though, the deadlock wall means they never need to worry about stairs, so they can afford to focus on pit. They shouldn't get caught by this.
Paranoia sweeping through. Satchel, movement, running and gunning, and just narrowly avoiding it. All that Util to send flying forward. Sadak, he was unleashing that annihilation, but no connections. Here is a rocket to the face. Sentinels. It's overwhelming with the aggression. Leave it to just Kawazine. And again, double digits of health. One bullet will do it. Haunt tagging onto two. Plenty of chances. Satchel has to break it. And now Sassy trusting his teammates, sticking it onto Hab. And Zekken, the stalwart defender, make sure that the round ends in a win.
That was very close towards the end there. Getting lit up, both of them, by the Haunt in that position because they wanted to stay guns out. But I think that's Loud's round that they threw away in that spot. They needed to be ready for Zekken to pop out. You see, the Gravnet is late, and then the Annihilation is aimed towards pit, and Zekken's already out of pit.
Yeah.
So Sadak just missed the timing there on two pieces of utility to try to support QCK. Otherwise, Loud should have had that one wrapped up.
Getting into a point now at a half where the economy's a bit more balanced between these teams, and really offloading that one with the Paranoia. Make sure that they can take and hold onto that rubble control. Might cause a fast pivot of Loud.
A fake there from Tui's, but he hasn't broken the Killjoy turret.
He's been a nuisance, isn't he?
They've done a great job here, though, of getting rid of that early alarm bot, forcing out both of the nanoswarms. Aseno really worried about the C-pop here, just as Loud go back to reclear A.
How do you reclear 10s, though? Up onto this high ground position. He wants nothing to do with it. He's going to be backing away just in time as well. As Seas was hot on his heels. Out through the tiny little door there with a barrier mesh. There will be no taking up that space once more.
It's
give that one up.
It's a bit of an awkward one.
It's all over the place. I mean, Loud are scattered, and so are Sentinels. The call to contact reclear out through B main. 2 years. It's been capitalizing.
They were already thinking about crunching Mound there. You could see it in the way that Sassy and Zekken were walking past. They didn't go for a proper wide swing to get themselves positioned onto the angle. They just slow walked out, already in their heads, assuming nobody would be towards B.
There's good access for multiple players. 10s, yes, to just direct his attention in precisely the wrong place there. I think that was 2 years just committing the ult. Impeccable take here. The entirety of the site, dismantling Sentinels. Flawless.
We've seen Sen go for some bonkers comebacks on this map. So I'm not worried. The Sen fans shouldn't be worried either. But there are improvements that they could make to how they're playing the defense here, for sure. And Loud, once they start getting confident, you've got more worries, actually.
This is a team with really nothing to lose in stage one anymore. That makes them particularly scary, I think.
Also, when we get back into the game, take a look at who the two top fraggers are. In fact, as we go into this timeout, I'll just tell you, it's QCK and Kawazine, currently at the top of the scoreboard for Loud. Both of those players have not gone positive in a single map for Loud in stage one. The overall game plan has not been working, and they haven't been able to thrive in the midst of that as the individualism tries to carry them over the line. So to see the ideas working for Loud and that empowering QCK and Kawazine to turn their fortunes around and start hitting shots and get into good positions, that's why it's a little concerning, I think, for Sen. Not because they can't come back, but because they're opening the door for Loud to start feeling better about themselves and get that footing underneath them.
A bit of confidence back. It's 2-4, West End are taking this time out. Look for a way back in. Again, we say it all the time when we're covering Lotus as a map, but it's heavily attack-sided. And so how much damage does Loud really need to do to have that winnable chance into the second half? We can only find out when we get there. For now, though, it's another eco round half-buy for Sentinels.
And Sadak's calling a great attack side. Sen are constantly misreading where the Loud players are.
this push and pull as well, where he's just pressuring all the right areas, making it very difficult to feel where Loud might be ending. Making good usage of the map and the amount of time he's got in each round.
And the pushes on defense have been getting owned. You know, if you're gonna try to push out B main and get something going,
okay,
it has to find value.
This is an attempt by
They
Sentinels.
clear one,
They can
but
take a fight towards him with that util, but Loud again. One step ahead is what it
This is
felt like. The
sassy.
paranoia was used from way back. It triggered out that util from Sentinels, and they are on paranoia.
there's
ready
that
and
clear
waiting.
corner
Cowan's
for
didn't
Loud.
get hit by the defense paranoia from TenZ, and so he's able to stay. And look at that, great read.
They know
again
they're
from
clean.
Loud.
I mean, 2 is having a field day.
Nice all.
The Sen players
Sentinels should
hear
see the
everybody
door.
Loud running away, so they try to backfill that space.
That's
and
making
Loud just
them-
leave a single player there with a rifle versus pistol players, able to shut it down. I think they've got an excellent
towards
idea of
A.
how Sen are gonna be working.
It's gonna
the map.
give C for
Again, we
free.
see that lineup coming through from the deadlock wall, cutting off Waterfall, and Loud get a nice plant down. The other advantage of throwing that wall, by the way, you can trap players in Waterfall.
You can.
You know,
yeah.
if Zelsis or John QD are going to be playing around that spot, but they're looking to try to play for retake, they can get trapped away from the rest of their team and separated from any reinforcements. You can go and push and take those kills.
And the call for Sentinel here is
Thinking
to
they
die
just
to
denied
the
a
bomb.
plan from going down from that one angle. It's got a lot of
There
layers to
should
it.
be people hunting them, like the
Some players do
Raves.
need these guns into the next, so would like to go down to a few of them. At least to get a little bit closer to their own ultimates. QCK.
Nice shot.
Head clean off. Sadak, though, most of these players are being squeezed. And they realize, yeah, we do need to go down here. Kawazine is the one to collect, which honestly, best case scenario for them. He already had the ult.
Exactly, it's not optimal for Loud. Ideally, you actually... I mean, listen, Kawazine's ult is going to be fantastic in the next round. Sen, they've got the Viper ult online. Normally, you're going to see them Viper ult over towards C at the very beginning of the round. Loud can already start thinking about that. All right, what tools do we have to deal with that Viper's pit? Are we going to Nightfall early? Are we going to throw an Annihilation in there to try to catch John QD? And Sen, on the minimap, from our point of view, we can see already messing with those expectations, looking to pit at the start of the round. Instead, they've got TenZ with an op towards C. So as the rest of Loud try to take a bit of mound control, they're going to be faced with a very different opponent.
And just pure disrespect on
Nice
show.
shot.
But a jump spot as well.
But the
That's
trade.
that deeper angle couldn't quite get out of dodge there, so
And that's his
Looks like
utility
he thought
gun.
about crossing, and look at the space that Tuiz has taken in the meantime.
he will take these liberties if he
Oh.
realizes that it's empty. But John QT is caught up to his plays and his ways.
Do you expect the second player?
But the rest of Loud as well are going to be following up. Right
I
there
think
with
they
it.
heard the eyes. Now they're gonna hear the plant.
Okay, getting the plant at least, but this might be a flood attempt here by Sentinels, at least with a Nightfall. Stops the defuse. Less nade, dodged away, just can't quite hit. The second with the spray. But
It's a 1-for-1 though.
Cut away for Kawazine. They have lost all track of really what's occurring. Still, it's 2 versus 2. And the spike did go down in the middle of all of this one here. So still, the onus being on Sentinels. Kawazine is dodging, just evading that capture here. But Kawazine forced out into the open. Oh, and a QCK will use it. It's a great success. 6-2 now for Loud, making sure that there's no gaps. No easy rounds here for Sentinels to win.
What a day for QCK to wake up and put on this kind of a performance. I felt like he was very serviceable for Loud during kickoff. And one of the big reasons that they got to Madrid and were able to perform, he looked tight, coordinated. People were talking about how Sadak, you know, great small-time IGL, how does he keep doing it with all of these new players? And yeah, QCK has cooled down massively in stage 1, but he's back now when the game plans are working, up there, winning rounds for Loud, putting pressure on Sen.
It matters most. TenZ, this is so damn bold right now. ADS in a way.
And do you pit off that contact?
Barely surviving. I mean, the pit's not going to be offloaded here, but mainly because John QT's not in position for it.
He was, though. When TenZ first took contact, they're just not trying to invest this ult.
But they're going to go fast through this one. Look at this. It's Annihilation and nade rebounds. Brought out decay damage. It all adds up. Enough for the rifles and util to really get that work done.
I think Sen is stuck in a position right now where they're trying to play disruptively or unexpectedly. And instead, they're just getting trapped.
It's falling apart. Another round where you have to, I mean, just bite the bullet. Very difficult decision to make, especially when you're down this many rounds if you are Sentinels. But again, got to keep the guns in play.
This defense side needs some heavy looking at from Sen. You know,
They already identified it as a problem a few weeks ago.
the Nightfall's in. Annihilation to pick up the kill, even if the Nightfall nade combo hadn't worked. And we saw John Cutie now 2 rounds in a row where Sen have been buying, but haven't found an opportunity or haven't wanted to invest the Viper roll. I think probably because they were worried about the combination of that, like Nightfall Annihilation. They're just like, well, we're not going to get value out of it anyway, so we might as well play a different defense setup. But these look kind of audible rather than something you would have drawn up beforehand. Finally, the ult cycle dies for Loud. So no more big ults to open their way into sites. So Sen have an opportunity now to grab as many as they can towards the end of this half and make things doable.
There is
on
a
the attack side. We've seen
head ping on A.
ridiculously far down, but you don't want to put yourself in that position.
So they're gonna fight for the orb.
Definitely don't. The Sentinels as well, it's going to be that bargain bin purchase. I mean, weaponry, it's got some power to it. Grab that combo along with a snake bite. I mean, there's just no contention from Sentinels. Can't even hope for it. Door opens wide here. Sanaki, that is pure disrespect. I mean, just
with the bomb though.
Celsius, ramming his way around and away. Slaps down Loud for getting aggressive. Thinking that they can play them in themselves. Paranoia will get that connection. Blind as anything here. 2v3, fake TP. 2 is. Still has that spike. He's surrounded by these Sentinels players. One of the best chances they've had for a good win in quite some time.
I can't believe how disrespectful Loud are.
Backs to it. They're just unaware. Yeah, that disrespect here. Pulled them into that 2-on-2. Players are still low here. Single kill could have done it there, but Tens just doesn't feel like he can take that fight. Backs away now towards the B site.
They're trying to play safely, but they're giving so much space to Loud. And now Tens has to cover B and C, running through Waterfall to pick up that spot. Now running back.
They've called the C retake. That's why he's gonna smoke and
pick the correct destination. Not gonna be any pushback.
They have to be worried. Tens has made it feel like he's playing on this site.
Just when the smoke's being thrown up, and there's still a lot of util where that came from. Despite how it looks here, Sentinels, they are set up quite nicely for the retake. Boombot has to be expended really quite early. Sentinels going to clear through the back of the site. They're making all sorts of noise. It's a high-low setup. Swinging past. 2 years looks like he wants to take
oh, nice. That timing is so lovely.
Right when the iron was hot there, Zekin did not know what was going on. It's up to Tens, peeking away, but just below him. 2 years was lurking.
And that is a round that Sen have got to put away. Those were Zelsis' first 3 kills of the map.
Yeah.
And they go to naught. I can't believe that Loud just walk in on tree though.
I mean, Sadak with the first one.
Sadak's just like, yeah, I know that you've held tree before and killed us, but I'm just gonna walk through here and hope that you're not watching it. And yeah, there's another play as Kawanzin finally got the opportunity to turn things around.
Yeah. It's a final round, or not quite actually. 2 more rounds to go here in this first half. Way into things here, and again the weaponry is just falling short of the mark. Shy of the mark. I mean, there's a paranoia. Sweeps through, there's no follow-up.
How could there be?
Like the ultimate on C.
Feels like Senna grasping at straws now.
This with a pit drop down. Still, Viper Orb just makes it feel so awkward here for Zelsis. Doesn't have control towards A. Realizing they could lurk through. What's the call though for Loud now? All grouped up. Partly over towards C, partly over towards A.
I think the call is to try to drag players over towards A and then hit through C, but I don't understand how they're going to get through this pit. John Cutie could end the round.
Certainly could. Barrier mesh at the feet of Zekin, a bit of confusion. You can feel it in the way that they're playing. And to make a play, I mean, John QT takes the initiative, runs straight at them with the judge, but does not get anything.
He felt like he had to force the fight because Tui's had ulted behind him onto site and there was a blast pack at his feet.
I mean, this is so fast by Loud. And look at it, just catch him unaware. Sentinels are trying to set up for this retake. Thinking it's fully cleared out. There's no chance in hell that Loud could be playing at that kind of tempo, but with them taking a fight in this fashion to them again, they are just cutting Sen out of the picture every time they try and go for a retake.
Where has this Loud been all throughout stage 1? Where has this fire been? the playmaking, the fragging as well.
Yeah. I mean, cast your minds back to the beginning of the stage. Had a rough go of things, to be honest. Couldn't get as much practice as the other teams. Were trapped waiting for visas, so ended up flying next day, ended up playing their first match.
Last round in the half.
Without really any prep time at all.
And they've also been playing catch-up because they had, I think, a bad read on the meta early on in the year. And so Sadak put the emphasis on their coaches to help get them caught back up. Looks like they're doing a decent job, actually, in this game. Bear in mind that Lotus, it's a game of two halves, especially when it comes to Sentinels. We've seen them make these 9-3 comebacks. But we're sat at 9-2 right now, with absolutely no guarantee that Sen are going to be able to get the final round on the board. It's a bad buy. 2 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs.
Whoa, Sadak, I mean, disrespecting the Seize Nade combo. It's been a while since we've seen something like that get value.
Now Zen
Let's
can
earn the kill. Whoa! Zen's way out. No one's really holding for it. The rocket, again, just rebounds, but no damage really being done. Instead, it's all on the side of Loud. They're fighting over this one tooth and nail.
Who is it gonna find the alarm bot?
Sen have taken control. Sen are already backing up, assuming that Loud are going to give them that
He
respect.
saw it.
And so it turns into very
Oh, I
scrappy
didn't.
fights.
Deep alarm bot. Connection 2 years. I mean, there's no one to really follow up on it, is it?
Fucking opening with an AWP, like.
I'm sure.
Holy shit.
But he's decided to go in here.
He has 1 bullet too. He hasn't reload.
That's how he's going to be clearing the way. Just jump spots all the way through. Kavazine getting the plant down.
It's a very safe
Play really
plant.
the post plan effectively from Mound. So again, Loud are going to be having to play up close and personal. I think that's exactly what they want to do.
You can beat. It's the last round.
So
Yeah.
they're pitting into a spot where they can deny the waterfall lockdown. But Zelsis is going to pop it from spawn.
Let's use preemptively second. Seeking to beam them down, at least with that rifle. Here's the lockdown from the
It's
spawn
pinged
angle.
by,
Who's gonna be holding this one? You have to respect it. Less. It's way out of there. Pit's still going to be up for but a moment here. There are gaps to play in.
I shot 1 for 1. No.
2v2 now. Getting the move on, getting the run on, and right into these open sightlines with a gun. Second just cannot adjust it in time.
10-2. Damn.
Finish and a half here for Loud. Lighting the world on fire.
Unbelievable resurgence. QCK with a 2 KD sat at the top of the scoreboard. After people are calling for his head. As Loud as 0 and 3. Everything was working for Loud there. The calling from Sadak was beautiful. No dispute of the value of the deadlock in a lot of these rounds as well.
No, it was doing work, to be honest.
But, Bren, they have to close it out early on in the next half. Because we've seen that Sen can mount comebacks.
Just know how snowbally the map can really get as well. I mean, Sadak is going to be keeping out the back of his mind. He called a hell of a game this first half here. And guess what? Earlier, we spoke with him about the internal changes.
I mean, if you're Sen, you need the pistol, and if you don't get it, you have to force buy almost.
Para esse primeiro split a gente trocou alguns de como o time vai se estruturar. Os coaches estão mandando muito mais e realmente está dando certo. Em ponto está dando certo. A gente está conseguindo treinar muito bem, estamos conseguindo performar muito bem nos treinos. Só nos está faltando levar isso para o stage, que está sendo mais difícil, mas eu acho que o trabalho que eles estão fazendo realmente está sendo muito bem feito.
So exactly what we were talking about and discussing, you know, Sadak just saying that he's putting the emphasis and responsibility, I guess, more so in his coach's hands to try and dig them out of this hole in stage 1 that's been dug for them. And I mean, if this is the turning point for them, so be it. You can never really count a team like Loud out at all. We've seen that for this entire Orcs history.
You also can't count out the Sen fans. So it just showed a tweet there, the Sen fans being like, yeah, this game's ours.
I mean, that is a strong belief.
That's going to be tough.
But we have seen Sentinels do it before.
Yeah, but the way that Sen did it before was by winning pistol, winning bonus, getting that crazy streak of rounds going. And I think, right, if we're going to talk about how the deadlock works on their defense side, they've actually got some great ideas for it. But with all of the good stuff that comes with the deadlock, on defense, you just don't have info across the map.
Yeah.
So you need to keep players everywhere. If you do the classic, like, 2 players C, 3 players A, you're just leaving B open. There's no turret, there's no alarm bot to watch that. You can't rely on the sonic sensors. So Loud were getting ruined a little bit on their defense side of Lotus against Cloud9 because they were forced to contact themselves. They were forced to take contact. They couldn't play off turret, play off alarm bot. And that's what Sen will be feeding into here, I think. But we need to see the Sen players able to find those entries. Yeah. Loud are going to be in spots defending the entry. They're not going to be playing with utility in their hands or ready to swing off alarm bot contact. but you've got to win the fights to make this winnable.
Sen are usually dominant on this map, unless you're the individual putting up 47 kills, as my stat wizard has just reminded me. Really the only time they actually have ended up losing this map here. We'll see if they can mount another comeback again. Has to begin here. First round to start things. Round 13. Gotta get that snowball going. Build up some of these ults. For now, it's just a bit of poking and prodding out towards a rubble. John QT is going to hold on to control of this one, so it doesn't look like he's going to be getting out of the way. The rest of his team, 2 years. This is so damn ballsy. Full sprinting. Just gives the perfect cue there for Sassy to just pluck him out of the map.
And these are the chances that Sentinels thrive on. Loud are trying to beat them back here. That Horn's going to delay them for just a moment. It's going to buy that time for Cowanzine to get on the angle.
He's already there, but at least
nice
is good. Cut away. Sights and senses here, still standing the ground and trying to win that fight out with QCA dropped to the floor, and the coach just can't do the work. Even with the run and gun in play, slight head being shown, less. Taking liberties with it. The grab net is good with that connection, but Sassy now going to be sticking that plan. He's going to have to trust in his teammates to hold down the angles and avenues. That is a very wide face. John now sprinting fast right behind the backstab with a dagger in hand. And this is Sentinels with at least that first round on the board that was necessary.
And immediately, I'm starting to think about how Loud can stop the snowball. And I know that just sounds utterly ludicrous when they're up 10-3. But we've seen Sen on their attack side. I mean, just to give you a stat, to kind of explain why I'm already thinking about this potentially becoming a close game. Sen only win 38% of their defense rounds. They've been winning 82 on their attack side.
God almighty.
And they've only lost once, and that was when Aspas dropped 47 against them.
Yeah.
So, for Loud, it's about round 15. If you can do enough damage on this round to hurt the Sen economy round 15, can you actually come up with wins there and edge your way closer to a victory? Can you build up the ultimates? Can you come up with counter plans for when Sen have their ults online? This round, it's more to do with economic damage.
Deep amount of pressure. You do re-clear and take up mound control once more, you're right. But that economic damage. There is a silver lining for Loud, as in the prior round, that Sen felt forced enough to really increase that tempo that they didn't end up picking up the orb over towards C. So they're not being entirely efficient when it comes to trying to snowball and keep the ults generating.
Sure, and Zekan's only at one ult orb.
Yeah.
And normally it's the showstopper that gets online early in like round 15, round 16. So, yeah, these are good signs for Loud to be able to close out the map. And again, I'm sure it does feel ridiculous that we're talking about this as if it could be a close game, but we've just seen it from Sen.
It's a shotgun on Cowanzine.
I mean, above 80% win rate on the attack side.
So here, Sadak was early round watching over towards C. Then as he leaves C, he throws the wall. And this is an enormous tell that John Cutie can use. Yes, this is on a rifle round.
Oh, and he was just seeking to
That's a weapon.
That aggressive approach, cleaned up by QCK, and you're right.
That's something I'm going to be paying serious attention to, because when I was watching Loud play against Cloud9, every time Sadak threw his deadlock wall, it meant they were leaving that position. That's an enormous tell for the attack side IGL. And I know that John loves reading into stuff like that. And this round was an example. Sadak threw the wall, they took like a moment for the players to rotate off, broke the wall, committed to C.
Paranoia fight here. Good game plan here by Sentinels. Pushing them out wide here. They're trying to get these kills online for Sassy. That's why he's the one just really forward up.
I love to see the Bucky getting some work done. But 3 players dying to the spike means 3 ult orbs denied. And Zekan is still sat at only 1 ult orb.
But
I mean, yeah, Sassy's close to the Nightfall, but I think Loud have dodged a bit of a bullet here with how they've played these first couple of rounds. Even though they've lost them, the fact that they haven't loaded kills into Zekan and denied 3 orbs, put a little bit of economy pressure. Sen, now the focus is on them to come out with something big here for round 15.
Climb the ladder.
Nice.
Let's see how they do it. Sentinels, no early exchange at least from the util. Gonna let loose with that orb. Sadak, one of the orbs as well, making sure to break the door. So they do have an exit strategy if they choose to fight over this one, which they are. Takes first blood, takes a second, and the third.
Yeah.
Mighty. feeling empowered in a moment.
I guess you just stay if you're down.
Didn't do anything to stop him.
You feel like it should have done. When Zekan's rooted to the spot, his little head poking up above root, and the rest of Loud are not able to get wide swings and punish him. I gotta see that in a replay. That looks like crazy good spray control from the young fragger of Sentinels.
And the decision's already made for Loud. They can't play for this one.
No.
Investing the rifles into this one, they've got to keep their guns. So again, familiar scenes.
And again, you do not want to be giving these deaths to build up towards the ult orbs for Zekan. That's a really important thing that you want to be denying here. Sassy, though, didn't have to use the Nightfall, and this is such a big focus.
Yeah, it is.
For us when we're thinking about how Lotus attack side can snowball. Loud need to be really cautious about this stuff.
Exactly. It's the reason why the attack side is so good for Sentinels. They're already thinking about these little defining moments that just they're able to get these wins time and time again.
And I just want to quickly point out that Loud did actually run a 2-0-3 defense there. 2 players C, nobody B, 3 on A at the start of the round. That's not something they were doing very much in the game against Cloud9 because they were worried that someone could just run fast B. And yeah, as expected, that was a bonkers play by Zekan.
I mean, this kid is nuts when he gets going.
Yeah. He's made a lot of people feel like that over the course of this year. Once again, we're getting 0 players over towards B to begin the round. If Sen can start to get a read onto that, it's something that's very punishable.
And John might call this pivot, to be honest. A lot of space, a lot of util as well that was just thrown out. Should be a pretty big tell.
Toxin screen down.
Prowler does connect.
Sadak coming to reinforce less on the C site. Sadak did not use that wall when he left C. And it's great from the defense that they've got QCK posted A.
Well, Nightfall's going to get committed. No chances here for Sentinels. They don't want to let it slip away and through. At least with the rifle aim, but less is still towards the back of Pillar. Port has to be broken. The reinforcements are here.
It's only Zekan on site.
Position. It is only Zekan. There is no follow-up and follow-through. Indeed, sees a connection. Decayed down to the one with the barrier mesh in their face. They can't take the fight equally in time and in tandem. It's Loud that are dropping them.
That wall from Sadak.
Knowing that they're now into the 1v2, they can give up that space and just play side by side. QCK though does have double satchels to work with along with the judge. Many ways to play this if you are Zelsis.
He doesn't know exactly where QCK is. He's seen Karanzine earlier on. His time has just ticked.
Yeah, 14
so
seconds.
Low.
And as the satchel plays with the charge, shot, nails him, straight mid-air, disrespect with the horns, at least gets off of it, but now time, he has to stick it. Karazine, a moment's notice is all
Damn.
it takes.
That was an eco for down. Or a small buy, I guess.
Weak weaponry, and the value from Sadak's deadlock wall was amazing. He has the grab net and the wall to separate those 2 players, the duelists, essentially. Zekan and Tens from the rest of Sen. And look, as the blast pack's in here, Zekan, Tens is with him, but everyone else is walled out. Look at the wall! And how perfect that timing is. Zekan got isolated. They got hit with the C's, picked off one by one, and the rest of Sen could only throw in utility.
That's despite the heroics. I mean, Zelsis makes a good go of things here, but for Loud to win that, monumentous.
Yeah, that's such a big round for Loud to put on the board. It drags them closer to that 13 that they're going to need. A momentum breaker, perhaps, but the economy is still decent for Sentinels. Zekan is still one away from showstopper for Sentinels. They have chances to begin the snowball again. This may just be a blip in the road if Sen can use this tactical timeout to come up with another good way of getting in. But the problem for them is, Brent, that if they rely on Zekan taking that ult orb and getting into a site, what's to say that the same doesn't just happen?
Oh yeah, it just gets split up by the barrier mesh.
Barrier mesh or the grav net, or in theory something like the C's as well, right? All of these tools can separate Zekan or Zekan and Tens from the rest of the squad. And Loud's comp is just so happy to play that kind of style instead of playing offsite retakes.
Sentinels have taken this time out now to see if they can just pick apart any holes in this defensive game plan, which we can see it. Straight down the gut of the B site. It's only the one center left to really guard it and away.
And this time it actually does look like Celsius may be thinking about taking this route. The rest of Sen are putting non-committal pressure towards Mound.
They want the orb.
But Celsius hasn't really taken space there. No. I don't think John's got this read. The problem is that it's really difficult to tell exactly who's going to be around B at the start of the round. Even if Loud are throwing C's nade and you hear a teleport on A, that raise and fade can get away to B really quickly. And Kawanzin could always be starting the round B and throwing the fade horns through the roof. It does look, though, like Sen are aiming to fake the A reclear and end B.
Util's going to get used, though. Look at that. Again, Paranoia and a nade committed. So Loud know that nobody's crossed that space. And there's the showstopper. Second. Trying to lead the way for him. He doesn't care about the stun at this point, but no one's going to be crossing his sight line. So a lot of space taken here. Do they hold on to it? Nightfall, it's fast now. A rapid approach onto this one with the door opening wide. Grabnet connects.
Oh my god.
Nice and easy, but it's Chunky T puts him to bed. But it's fast still. Loud to realize that all those sound cues are trapped and tucked away here. Nanoswarms have to be offloaded here by Celsius just to seek the delay. And the post-bar positioning, it's not quite ideal. Sees though, a great connection with another nade as well. High ground by Les. Nade finally following through. And granting these kills to them. Two left to stand here for Loud, and they have to, again, give up the hopes and dreams, I think, of any chances into this round.
The way that Sen plays these B post plants is lovely. The utility's excellent on them. And John even found a lurk angle through Waterfall. He decided not to give it away. That positioning in spawn might clue Loud in that he went for that. But generally, just he ended up being the safety net there if the Sen utility hadn't done the job. A great response from Sen. It looked like Sadak was set up to make the play. You were completely right there. But he couldn't find the fight he needed. Only 2 rounds required for Loud to get this over the line. But I'm always afraid of rounds like this, where Loud are kind of half buying. They're making sure they have enough economy for next. But if they feel incentivized to use the Annihilation and then they don't have that for another big rifle
round. They're fighting this, man. I mean, that is a double player group up here with a nade and a Paranoia. Sentinels, they hear all of it. And you're right, the over.
They're gonna go fast B again.
Win cons for a little bit deeper into the half when you just need those 2 rounds to overcome it.
Tuiz doesn't have the Paranoia, but QCK still going to take it. Oh my god!
It's a weapon.
Right doesn't believe that Kawanzin's going to be on that side of the map.
Chunky T just trying to play with the rest of his team. Throwing a committal into the B site. Less over peaks for about a moment there, seeing if he could just take away one of the heads. Celsius has lurked and crept and crawled his way into those deeper positions. He should have sealed this one up to at least make it winnable. Loud. They're still going to make a go at this. Still have 3 rifles, but Tuiz doesn't anticipate it. As much as he snaps to the side, John QT is just mopping up these kills.
They are in a weird position, like Loud don't expect, and they're saving again.
Sen have got the economy for it. Small pause, they should realize that Loud are going for the save. Loud have had to save in a ton of these spots as well. But another great macro round called by John Cutie. Threading the needle through to B and then through to A again. And yeah, Sassy dies on that push through Waterfall, but it actually gave them the read that it was probably going to be weak on the other side, because they knew they'd lost Mound, and if you've also lost Waterfall control, there's not going to be anybody rubbing, or not many people rubbing.
Just send up that momentum. We've been talking about how strong they are, even with a couple of fumbles, like here you're seeing Sassy just not expecting a close quarter angle. But a great call for the pivot by John QT, just realizing that the A side was going to be open. As well as that, I mean, the double face onto Sadak, who could have just played spoiler, tucked into that one and done. The way they fought that,
Lot of Mound picking, pinging
no straight
on
up fight,
Sen.
making Sadak feel really uncomfortable when they ended up going for that A pivot.
I think this is the round where Loud need to be looking for some disruption to Sen's game plan, because the war machine is really going at this point. And again, another reminder, Sen won 10 out of 11 of their attack rounds last time we saw them on Lotus to pull off a 9-3 comeback against EG.
Heavy stack though from Loud.
Yeah. But is there any... All right, so they know now that Zelsis is on the C orb. He's one away.
Cover going out.
All TP for information. That's 2 years, committing it, realizing that John is still there into the lobby angle.
I think that's good info, because it means that you don't have to start reinforcing the C site, thinking it's an exec.
Sen feeling a bit stunted. Need to find a way to push back 2 years.
That's
Paranoia.
That's because the wall went
going
up.
The smoke as well. How do you play it? Disrespecting it. It's a horn that was broken along with a snake by 2 years.
Oh.
Shoulder peeking wide. Doesn't go down though. 2 straight bullets. Tripping him down, weakening him. QCK feeling a bit uncertain as his own position. He just offloads that.
They're gonna commit.
Now again for Sen here. About 30 seconds into it. Zekken, Satchel. He's forward now, cutting up the angle, but it's a one and done by QCK. And eventually traded out, but still Kawazin Annihilation all the way.
Holy Kawazin.
Sen losing control and grip of really the positions that they
And he's grabbed. They know he's grabbed.
Sitting duck. More hours to play for, not even a winnable round, so Loud.
Just save.
It was a hell of a climb to do so, but they will find themselves up to that 12th round.
Excellent timing for Loud to pull together all of their threads and put another one on the board. They don't need to take risks. They just need to stack up advantages and convert. And in this situation, they forced John to overwork the attack side. John's been finding the gaps fairly heavily. This time though, Kawazin had already taken mount control, and he was in a spot to open the door and set up crossfires on B, when Sen eventually ended there.
Yeah.
I think Sadak also just throwing his wall over towards C gave them so much peace of mind.
Is this going to be another defining moment? This is an onslaught. It's just racing towards John QT. Have to show some respect at least to the Snakefinder's positioning. I mean, he doesn't open himself up. Realizing that he was being pressured. Louder making heavy rotations, expecting that Sen are going to be calling that fast pivot.
Sen's attack side in the last couple of rounds hasn't actually had mount control or rubble control. It is so difficult to win attack side rounds without either of those spots being controlled on the attack.
More the timer ticks down into this round, the less chances are really going to be available for Sentinels. Loud end up gambling correctly and QCK goes to the right area.
Yeah, and here comes QCK.
Yeah, that showstopper, it's going to become that sticking point.
He's really required to break lockdown. If Zelsis chooses to commit it C,
fake.
It's going to be a fake.
Yeah. Hoping that the lockdown will sell this one well enough. There are plenty of players. Nade, forwards, rebounds, it's right on the marks. That will break it.
Nope. Enough that the fake does nothing.
2 years his job, really just to contain that and get that information that the rotation was happening. Kawazin.
He's 3. Show us the fight 3. 2 is stopped 2. It's gonna be a plant. 1-for-1 though, spike down. It's the game for Loud. Oh my god, and the net.
No more chances, no more hope. No matter how many kills you get into the mix. This is Loud up map 1.
Damn.
Great performance by Loud on map 1, justifying that deadlock pick and showcasing...
Yeah, Sadak was really good on the deadlock.
Sen tried their best. Another valiant attempt at a comeback, but that defense side is letting them down, and we finally see them punished for it. Only their second loss. On Lotus, and it's Loud that come away with the victory. Icebox next map was Loud's pick as well. And a big turnaround because Loud, they lost to Cloud9 on both of these maps, Lotus and Icebox. That was how they lost the series to start this negative spiral. Now they're looking better.
This could be the return to form for Loud. Still more of the series yet to see, of course. We're stepping away. Up next, Geek Heavy and the analyst desk. We're breaking it all down for map number 1.
That was a nice shot though.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
gives you wings.
Well, it signaled the go button. Yes, it will, but they're being blinded up and just sprayed down.
Vários jogadores por ali. Olha só, agora um trovejante, ultimate, Leslie, mais São 3 o total.
Now, going into map 2, things look like a breath of fresh air for the team. What were the vibes coming in on this must-win pressure games?
Like yesterday, we saw that the games that we played before against Cloud9 and against I don't remember, but we saw that we made a lot of mistakes. I was against Crew, a lot of mistakes, and we know like the game that we were playing is not our it's a fake Loud, not the true Loud. The way that we played on the attack side today is the true Loud.
Well, it's been awesome to see the true Loud. Best of luck in the rest of the series.
Well, say it loud and say it proud. Loud is still in this. They took it to Sentinels on their map pick. And Wyatt, I know you had some choice words about, Sadak on Deadlock, but how did he fare?
I mean, it was way better. Last time the ideas felt few and far between and quite fuzzy. Today, everything was very clear what they were trying to accomplish with it. I mean, this was the opening pistol, and immediately there's a difference. This wall comes over top, and then obviously cuts off that angle, so it's gonna it's gonna funnel all of these players from Sin through halls, and then look at the grab net. I mean, they're just absolutely ruined by this. So immediately I'm like, hold up. Hold up. They had a couple weeks. If they've been practicing with this, obviously, it's looking at just the ideas that they had around it, and even not necessarily just the ideas, but like so much of it was what Sadak was doing on the fly for the utility. Last time the stuff he was doing on the fly was just creating chaos for his own team.
Yeah, and I don't think we saw any of that.
No, not at all. This time, it just was so much smoother. Everything he was putting down had...
And the way he was calling around it, too, like the mid-rounding with it, like knowing that he had put down a wall earlier, knowing that this is the utility that he had left. Like, it was much more cohesive this time than it was last time. It was miles different.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget about QCK. I feel like really stepped it up, you know, and especially in that second half. Like, that was phenomenal.
I mean, earlier, QCK hasn't gone positive in a map yet so far in stage 1, which is brutal. This is the first one. He stepped up on attack. He was going crazy.
Yeah.
He was playing with so much confidence as well. Situations like you're seeing right now where him and Tuiz are pushed up in the post plant, they were being so proactive. He was fighting forward. His teammates were following up behind him, and he was just getting so many entries. He went 5 for 1 on that map, first kills to first deaths. And I mean, yeah, you can just see right here the difference in the early season compared to that map. It's the best he's been.
And obviously, like, this goes the first 3 games they lost, right? So his stats are not going to be as good no matter what. But the entirety of Loud in that case playing a little underwhelming. Here, QCK was the person who was starting that momentum, I would say. Whenever he was going first,
Tuiz played really well on
Sadok
Lotus.
was putting him in position. He was definitely succeeding in the majority of them. That's such a far cry.
Even like you can just see it on the last round. He gets pushed 3, he finds 2.
Now, I guess I'm kind of curious though, what's Sin gonna do? Sin City. I mean, like right now, like because again, like that was their map pick, and I guess the question is, can they bounce back as we move?
I mean, they started already on that second half, right? That was a 10-2 half, and the game ends, what, 13-8? Like, that sort of stuff is, I mean, very well in the toolkit for Sentinels. They can bounce back easily.
All right, well, you know what? Let's throw things over to Riv, who's speaking with the Sentinels coach just ahead of map 2.
I am joined by Sen Kaplan here after their first game. Lotus going the way of Loud being your pick. Starting to shake off the cobwebs at the end there, but is this becoming something just missing components in the game that's not allowing the team to get results, or is it kind of a bigger picture that can't be solved yet?
Yeah, we've been working on having a bit more energy, a bit more confidence at the start of games, and just in general. I would say we actually, internally with how we sounded, you know, we had that first step today that we've been missing in other games. We just made some mistakes on some mid-rounds, and it's just a really snowbally half Lotus defense, so we've seen some 3-9s and 2-10s recently. As far as what we set out to work on, that was a step up. Obviously not happy to be losing the map, but we're celebrating that we're cleaning up in certain things, and we feel like that's a sign that we can turn this around in the next 2 maps.
All right, Kaplan, thank you so much for the insight. Best of luck in the series.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's what I want to hear. I want that hopium to just keep going, you know. No more meetings for Zealous. We don't want any more meetings. So hopefully, you know, we'll see how they fare on Icebox.
Yeah, this is going to be Loud's pick now. Last time they picked Icebox, it was against C9, I believe, and they got smoked. That was in that series. It was a 3-mapper, and that was the one they actually did the worst on. They lost 13-4 to C9 and just looked fundamentally so off. Players just did not know which angles they needed to be picking up, where to be positioned to help each other. It was extremely sloppy in that regard. So again, though, we haven't seen it for a bit, similar to Lotus, so they want to step that up here too.
Absolutely. I mean, still running the same comp, I think, on both sides here, so no big surprises. And one thing I have to also point out, we talked a lot about how if Loud lose this
Loud with the Loud
series,
comps and with the Sen
they're
comp.
eliminated from playoff contention. But it also means more than that.
Yep.
I mean, this means everything for the next split too. They carry these records forward. So any loss going forward is massive for both sides. And obviously we saw the comps here. I think something I was interested, I talked to the assistant coach, Drew Spark from Sentinels beforehand, and he said that they were very comfortable with how the map select went. And I think it's because you can expect the same sort of stuff out of Loud almost every single time. For
Holy shit, brave, man.
As Wyatt said, I think is definitely a sign that Sentinels is going to be ready for this.
Yeah, well, you know what? The stakes couldn't be higher for both these teams. So let's get into map 2 and send it back to Bryn and Sideshow for the call.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, this is it. I mean, it's all on the line for both of these teams. If you think about it, you know, playoffs. We're talking about it for stage 1 overall. I mean, even making mention that it matters for stage 2 playoffs, but genuinely, our two teams that ended up attending Madrid from the Americas might not even get the same chance, honestly, of both going and attending Shanghai later on.
Almost impossible for both these teams to be at Shanghai, because if Loud lose this series, they're out, and if Sen lose this series, they're at the bottom of their group. It's looking real bad. I don't think they're technically eliminated, but they are.
Oh, the chances diminish.
Hanging on by a thread.
Yeah.
This is a must-win game for both teams if they want any kind of chance to make it to playoffs. And Sen have put on a map that's looked a little dodgy for them recently. Though they got a fantastic win at Madrid. They need to find some of that magic again. I think it's very interesting the way that we heard from Kaplan there that they're actually fairly, positive about their approach to the beginning of the map on Lotus. It didn't feel like they were down mentally. Their comms were okay. That's kind of what I'm reading into Kaplan's response there, but they still had a devastatingly poor first half.
Zekken going for a bit of exploration down mid with the help of the rest of his team, but they've lost it. Track of their round somehow. I mean, Sadaki's just slipped his way into the back lines of A. Maybe just expecting that the turret would cross up into it. This is a flood defense. Nabskir at your feet, blinded up. Nobody can follow up on any of this play. Zekken is isolated, left alone on an island. And just like that, I mean, it's aggressive post plan. It's working so damn well.
That is a cool strat. The idea of creating a little pocket with the high tide that you can have somebody play inside and be anti-flash. That's an awesome idea. It didn't actually pay off too much, but it kind of confused Sen enough. And Sadak opens up the round. Getting past that turret.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened, but a weakness there, I guess, in the defensive setup.
Yeah, for sure. We are seeing
that refight too.
We are seeing people use turrets to defend A that have gaps in them, but normally the Killjoy player has to still be aware of that gap and watching it. I believe we saw it actually in the Loud Cloud9 game. 4-player stack from Sen over towards B. Not going to be getting any action. It's Zellsis alone.
Spotted as well. For Loud us to be a slow burner of a round, to be honest. Just making sure that they can poke and prod towards A. All they want is to avoid the majority of the players on the stack. Sen are actually calling for a reclear out through B main as well. If they get fast onto the flank, there could be some chance of damage, especially because Les is the one holding it. And now his attention really being set towards the A site.
Recon here.
Commit to the flank.
Yeah, cleaning things out. Making sure, for Loud's point of view, that there isn't a stack that they're accidentally walking into.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Big prioritization as well. I mean, that ult online next up. Could be that Reckoning. QCK. He's got the dash at least. Try and play aggressively. Dashing forwards, escaping around in the crossfire. It's Sublime.
This early conditioning to expect Loud to play so aggressive over towards the post plan. This is going to start. I mean, surely not.
I mean, damage.
I don't think there's any chance for Sassy here, though. He'd have to break this crossfire.
Yeah.
And that's a bonus.
Former squad.
No?
Not going to be offered the chance. But what I was saying is, with Loud conditioning Sen to expect this aggressive.
Oh no, it's the second round. My bad, my bad.
I
was like, did they update the score or some shit?
For the retake. A lot of the time, what you'll see is that retaking teams on A can take rafters almost.
It was actually an anti-eco.
They use their utility to put pressure onto the post plan. And Loud are already very early on in this half saying, no, you're going to have to burn it just to get through screens or heaven.
Not just that as well for Loud. I mean, they've set them up so nicely here. 2 years of the Reckoning. Updraft dash from QCK. Spots ahead of Zellsis, backing away now as well with a high tide, blocking a lot of the avenues. So QCK has a lot of freedom with the way that he can take a lot of these fights. Doesn't break any of the util, and there is a deep push from Sentinels out through A.
I actually quite like this though, because it definitely makes it feel like Orange has been compromised. Zellsis has got to keep his eyes there. Even without breaking the Killjoy utility, you've created that question mark over by Orange. And now Loud a full 5 coming B, so it's gonna, in theory, may be easier, but John gets the opener.
A bit instinctual there, I think, as well, with the wall going up. Knowing that he could spam it, QCK crept his way into the close corner. Pure silence now, making sure that they offload that ult, using it to really gained some space. And now they know it's a site cleared. Out QCK adjusted in time. Wasn't initially there with a crosshair play. Somebody's found one kill. Might be going hunting for even a second one. Dash disengaged was re-earned, and it's just enough of a distraction. Ten's just taken one to the side of the temple.
QCK pink on Lotus, but this is him getting shut down towards the end of the round, but having that impact on his own, basically.
He's trying, man.
He just walked forward with the Harbor ult, found a timing, and was able to win two, I would say, unfavored fights there against the Sen players. It looked like Sassy and Zelsis should have both had the jump on him. And instead, the Jet player for Loud flexes the muscles and carries on that excellent streak of fragging that he had from map 1. This is a horrendous start for Sen again.
Yeah.
They had to come out.
And that's the bonus for Laon.
And they just haven't. That was a round where Sadak went down super early to John Cutie. That means no alarm bot, no turret on the flank. Sassy and Zekken were both together, and neither of them decided to try to abuse that fact. They might be overthinking things here. They might be thinking to themselves, well, they'll expect us to go for the flank, so instead we should walk mid. And, you know, instead maybe just keeping it simple would be more effective.
Sometimes the simplest game plans are just the best ones to do. Don't overcomplicate it too much. Second, sort of slide off angle here on top of the box. Thought a utility could clear him away, but he's just disrespecting it, and a shoulder. It's all that'll be seen. No kill onto 2 years. Important to note as well, Second, he didn't burn his dash early there, so he's still going to be able to play aggressively around. Oh.
Tens is holding flash here, but there's nobody really to swing off it.
Who's going to peek off of it?
I mean, it's just, I assume, to stop Sassy getting pressured, but originally Tens was in a position on pipes to try to put pressure onto the A players. Instead, it looks like the fight's happening in mid.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a tussle here, isn't there? Celsius. See if he catches this timing right now that Sadak is working his way forward, just trying to sense out and feel out the alarm, but instead he meets the Killjoy directly. Losing it against him, updraft dash right into a prime position for really just a spam battle. Sentinels, of course, going to be favored there. Pop blast round the corner. Trying to stand your ground against this one. Sentinels have flooded their way right the back in, and now with the co just looming ever so delayed. Not enough to fight that cover for 2 years. Jumping around. Less is spotted.
The fight that happens in mid there ends up being super important. If Zelsis had fallen, there was chances for Loud to cancel, and it would have also meant that there was no nanoswarms on A for them to deal with. But I also think that Loud's decision to go for that pathing from QCK, updraft dash into the corner, that's about the most spammable spot you could possibly path to as a Jet inside a Cloudburst. So that's a bit weird. Take a look at this on the replay though. Zelsis got off to a very, very cold start on Lotus. I think it was 8 or so rounds before he got his first kill.
Yeah.
But there he gets on the board, round 4, with a really important duel, shutting down Sadak's lurks.
Here.
3-1. Got to keep that momentum going if you are Sentinels. Sassy, big ult to use in this one if they want to try and set Second a little bit further forward, which they are stacking it heavily. See though, just pre-aiming a lot of that util. They're gonna push Second now, tucked. And this is, well, at least it should be a bit of a one and done angle. Taking contact. Lots of players waiting. Where the protocol's here. You just can't tip tap, not with a movement. Covering with the angle. Sassy, he's got his back.
Nice abuse on the fact that Loud have not been using drone there. Really smart read. Sen stacking 3 players, making B the strong side, and Second continues to deliver. Sadak is just making friends with little alarm bot over there, getting up closer to his ultimate, which could be a defining characteristic for them in the next round to come. They still have money to buy.
He's realizing as well that the round is lost here, setting up for the peak, so nice and clean from Sentinels. We're wondering how they were going to get themselves back into it.
And I think that's a great punish for Sen. And it's also going to force Loud to use that drone earlier on. You see here the way that QCK and Kawanzine are peeking. They're expecting there to be no one there. And Second doesn't even pop dash after the first one. He waits until he's killed 2 before he even goes for it.
Yeah. Not feeling pressured.
No. So now we start the round, and I would assume that Kawanzin is going to drone this just off rip.
We're going to be making the same mistakes again.
And now, as Loud put pressure over towards B, with the drone, with the cascade, Senna fighting in a different area. I do like this calling. Once you can start conditioning your opponent, you make it so much easier to read what they are going to do. That's another reason, actually, why snowballs exist in this game. If you start losing, you can't control what your opponents are going to do in the next.
The amount of ults that Loud have got, though, should really be a slam dunk, to be honest, towards B. You got to think. Lockdown to clear the way. That's if Sadak can even get there. Right now, he feels, I think, a bit caught and out of position.
I'm not sure he's even interested in it. You know, he's taking space over towards A. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends with a lockdown on pipes or possibly even as a fake.
Yeah, it looks like it. They're going to try and sell this one as well, with the addition of Kawanzin.
It is dangerous to go for this because sometimes Sassy and Tens will be set up to flash peek on pipes. I mean, look at this. They are not buying that fake at all. But Sadak's going to realize they have the whole of the site.
Sadak's made a lot of noise here. With 30 seconds, can you really call for the pivot? John QT spots it. IGL v IGL wins it out. Only a few seconds left. There's a flash peek and a fight to be taken right in time. Detainment. It's there. 2 years. Just got to hope and pray and spray. Exactly in the playbook, apparently, for QCK. Still, will they be able to get that plant down? Tapping away now forwards here. Is the fight taken? Spraying them all away. How the hell have Sen fumbled that?
That's a brutal one, Bren. Sen had the read completely that was a fake on the A side. I've never seen a team more confident in the call that it's a fake. They were here, ready, flashing, peeking, putting pressure on them. And then this high tide ruined them. It separated Tens from the rest of the team, allowed them to get a spam kill through it, and Loud muscle their way through a situation where they've been absolutely outplayed in the macro. Doesn't matter, apparently.
No. Just win.
Zekken has Op online to start this round, and he's got a nice angle on top of Generator.
If only spotting the one, though. Zekken is alone here.
And now the turret goes back up.
We'll be seeing this. One shot, one chance. Backs away for the reposition. Still has the dash. It's a drone that needs to be dealt with, and finally there. So, gotta respect it. That is real aggression from QCK. Punished for the hubris. Just trying to assail that position, just thinking that Zekken wouldn't be ready for it. And I think 9 times out of 10, it might even work. Still, Loud are going to be holding this one aggressively in the post plan. Not only with the double Nana Swarm, but also Kawanzin. Deep tucked. Reckoning now.
This is wild. I mean, not to use the Reckoning and the Hunter's Fury in a passive position, but actually pushing us over with Hunter's Fury deep. All right, so that was just to stall out the first wave of it. And now Flash having to be used by Tens, bleeding out utility early on.
This is over. Nano Swarms, you don't have enough time. There's a Hunter's Fury online. It's over for Set. Can't play into this one. They might be able to get a few kills online. Got to try. They stop the defuse, which they do. Now the Hunter's Fury. There's that uncertainty there, but it's a round 1. Checkmate. As soon as the ults are online.
Beautifully done as well, honestly.
Yeah.
Really nicely done there by Loud. I love that call to relinquish those aggressive positions. And I think they've done such a good job conditioning Sen to be afraid of those aggressive post-plant spots. Even with QCK dead, even with the jet down and in a 4v5, Sen was still worried that these players would be so deep.
And you have to respect, I mean, when they use the Reckoning like that, you have to expect that they're going to be holding aggressive post-plants. But like you said, Loud just used that timing to back away, play the passive positions, use the ults to just really seal out the round and win it out for them. 5-2. They forced out this time out of Sentinels. Again, things starting to go wrong. It was only that round in 4 and 5 that they managed to overcome ever since 6, where it just came down to that really labored fight into the 1v1. Even though Sen were doing everything perfectly in terms of the macro.
Yeah, and I think in theory, what we saw from the teams at Madrid is that this double Flash composition should have more ways of working the map and Flash re-clearing areas and winning the macro game compared to this Harbor Viper comp. And yet Sen are not finding those opportunities to do so. We've actually seen them have good macro ideas and still lose rounds, find those timings to push down mid, and it not really benefit them. Yes, Loud got out to a great start winning the first 3, but it's still been Loud, I feel, in control. Zeken's operator's going to start moving around the map. He was posted up on Generator in the prior round. Now he's going to take it over towards B. He's played there before. And they've conditioned Loud to open B with that Cascade drone.
Yeah.
So hopefully the drone won't be available to clear Zeken fully. We'll have to see.
The angles available for Zeken, few and far between when you're upping from this position. You've got a lot to watch for, and he can hear that drone coming towards him. Still has the dash.
Are they ready for the repeak once the drone expires?
The question is high tide. I mean, it's brutal. They're hearing it. Rumbling of the footsteps, at least onto the snow. Sadak, he's not shied away from the fight. Not when he's got less at his back. This guy on fire with it.
What a great 1-2.
Yeah. Baiting out the wider face for less to just clean it up.
But they're not playing their flash agents proactively here, Sen. They've lost a player. You know, Zeken doesn't have tens to flash him back onto an aggressive line, so he's just losing space on B. And they haven't actually retaken any space on A either. Ten still has full utility, and the other flash agent's gone. Sen are just slowly ceding space and losing information when their comp should be able to gain it.
Just losing it. War of attrition.
Another fake being
called.
Another fake,
yeah. It's pulled Zeken away.
Oh, but they're full running over towards B.
I mean, hook line sinker. Full running away. Zelsis, he's the one to do something about this, to put a stop to it again. Doesn't feel like any player's really favored into it. Not expecting that there could be that angle. Zeken responds in through the back. Skipping, hopping all around. And he has made short work of the adversary. QCK just couldn't quite claim it. Dash now, repositioned again this post plant. We played quite fast and loose. Still holding for it, waiting for the peak. Just on top of the box here. Dodging the few stray bullets, but it's again responded with counter spam. Zelsa sticking, handball away, and it gets the job done.
Through the snake pipe, Zelsis finds his opportunity, falls towards the end, and steals one away from Loud. QCK has had a great match so far, but you can't be letting Zeken get away with that.
No.
You just really can't.
But I'm wondering what went wrong there into the post plan as well. How was Zelsis able to just full stick that one?
Yeah, it's just the pressure forward, I think, from the Sen players.
Yeah.
And you see the Molly lineups there from the retakers? They've got snake bite and a fragment grenade towards back yellow. So they push people behind this one way and then pop it up.
Already into the round. Second this time, much deeper angle. Again, it's this Cascaders. Really problematic, especially the drone. I mean, this is real risky. It's going to clear him. Surely no way, QCK! Ahead of it, expecting like he couldn't be playing that position. He's made out like a thief in the night once more, backing the safety at Snowman.
As good as QCK. Oh my god!
Nice shot.
Good as these top fraggers were on Lotus, Zeken now has them in his pocket. QCK and Cowanzine getting murked here.
And the lanes that are yet to be played here for Loud. Really quite narrow. Sadak, it's up to him to open something up as the IGL taking liberties again, lurking through mid. This is a risky play again, just spotted out. And there's the re-swing and face. Sadak though, he's ready for it. The shutdown of Celsius and a spray through. All the bullets landing, even go for another peek at things. Greedy, but he might have just done enough. A wide John QT. Defending these sight lines, making sure that nobody can react into that A site. 1v3 for 2 years.
30 seconds left.
Too much to manage. The damage, peppering him, spraying him down with the bullets. 4 to 5 here, Sentinels making a good go of things.
This recovery from Sen has been powered by Zeken just deciding to kill people with the ult. He's not got any support. They're not utilizing Tens or Sassy to put him on better positions. He is just timing the drone, getting a kill, timing the other players, getting another one. The rest of the team is fumbling, trying to deal with Sadak, while Zelsis does his best to put them in while Zeken does his best to put them in a position to win the round. In some sense, it's incredible from the star player of Sentinels. In another sense, it's a bit worrying to me because it's hero plays.
It is.
And I don't know how long he can keep that up for. At least, though, with Loud taking the tack time out here, at least from Sen's POV, they're drawing things more level, and they've knocked Loud down onto an eco round. So there's a chance here for Sen to draw things up completely even, and even have a bit more momentum heading into the rest of the half.
Lots of ults to work with. It's a bit difficult though. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing evidence at least when Zekken has this operator in his hands, it does limit the areas that he can play and try and, you know, actually utilizing a double flash comp to be proactive, quite aggressively.
But
you can't fault the hero plays working anyway, even if he is the lone man just trying to hold down that B site.
Exactly. He's got an idea of what Loud are doing with their utility, and the more predictable Loud are, the more that Zekken's finding, you know, using that intelligence and anticipation to outplay them.
Taking a gander though, look at this. This might be aggressive. He has the Blade Storm to still work with as well. Casey is really pressured up draft, not quite even being utilized here. And just ahead, spotted out, responded with the damage. It's all combined and collected. And the rifle singing away. Stinger up close, Kawazine.
Pretty impossible for him to win the round though. 1v3, Zelsis at his back. Zelsis is hearing all of these footsteps. He can just give perfect information to the other players.
Yeah.
What an aggressive way of playing the anti-eco there for Sen. Just putting a bit of fear into Loud. And another point, the 0 point, the knife that Tens throws at the beginning of the round, Loud are trying to dodge it at the start. And that's what gives them the timing to go for a play like that. Because Loud are not trying to sprint onto the lines early. So I do like the way that Sen are figuring out what's going on here later into this half. Coming up with small micro outplays.
Giving a lot of space here to Kawazine. You've got to think there's no chances for him.
30 seconds left.
Healthy players, Sassy, not even taking the contact of this one. And John is the one who's just crouched tucked. Sassy will be swinging off of that immediately, surely. Wait, they've mistimed it. 17 seconds left. Kawazine, don't know the positioning of a few of these players. Snakebite flying forwards along with the wingman. Just think there's no chances. Now Thrash will be expended. Timing through the wall. Double backed and around detained. That's what caught him. No mercy. No mercy at all.
Devastating. Sassy giving it to his former, or rather replacement, I guess.
Wow.
That's very close. It's a nice setup, though, from Sen. And I think what's happening here is that they're getting the read on exactly how Loud are approaching the start of these rounds. And then abusing that. Look at Kawazine. He knows. The players are out there having fun. 5-5, though. It's heating up. This time, Zekken is not in a spot to try to outplay this B take. Still the same Cascade drone being used.
We'll clear the way forward, at least for B main. Control for Loud. They have a lot of ults to expend. So does Sen on the other side of things.
It's going to be the Harbor ult to open things up.
Yeah, exactly. They want to use the Reckoning to carve out that space onto the site. And it's up to John to see how he wants to play this one. To rip with the early snake bite. Tens is in a very backwards position here, but he just knows he can play the spam angles. But QCK, the updraft play, does do work there to at least clean up that straggler. Pit drop down, though, will be difficult to work through, and this counter call of Loud over and abound, right over the top. Updraft plays with the knives, and they have cleaned up John QT, but are not aware of these timings to be taken. Love the call by Loud there. Just contacting all the way around the pit, but they seem to be a little bit loose themselves, losing track of where these players could be. Celsius in a 1v2. Watch the timing here from the dart. Tiniest of windows of opportunities that he could play into, but his wall is in his face. Will he take the peak? Timing, it's what's for Loud. Narrowly just maintaining a bit of a lead here, 6-5. As we head into that last round of the half.
What a scramble for both teams. This round started with a clear game plan and then devolved. When Tens and Sadak traded, that got the lockdown and the non command off the field, save for the next. And then John's pit threw even more chaos into the mix. Good ideas from both teams, though. The way that Loud were taking pauses over there after the Snowman play. A double face from Sentinels with Zekken going for the updraft with his Blade Storm. Both teams had chances. But now coming into the last round of the half, Loud have major ults to work with. And Sens are playing more for retake, you would imagine. It's really tough, though, from Sen's POV. to kind of win this ult battle when Kawanzin has the counter for Zels's lockdown.
It feels like every twist and turn, I think. If you look at the ults, should be answers from Loud.
Sen are very static on their defense as well. They're just keeping John and Tens anchored in the same spots for the majority of the round. They're not really dynamically moving around and trying to clear stuff out.
Now over towards A. Tens holding the peak from Pipes. Nice timing. He hit the actual jump up there in the spot while Tens has gone down and a one and done. John QT to no avail. There was no bailout funds from the rest of his team here, but this is a rapid approach. Hunter's Fury dealing with the first wave of things here with a lockdown. It doesn't get the value that they were looking for, but at least it was forced out early from Loud, but they have got into position with the pit.
I think Zekan's got to be the playmaker here. Sadak going down means no turret to watch the flank. Kawanzin, though, is that human turret. Can Zekan overpower him and put pressure on?
It's all about finding the right timings of this one. Still, they don't have that plan down. Missing it, waiting it out. Still the shots rattling forwards here with a rifle. And Zekan surely said enough. Can he get his team into the fray and into the fight? Putting the squeeze onto these Loud players when time is of the essence. Time of the essence. Zekan trying to go for the white face as well. Adjusting for that crosshair placement. Down to these singular fights. QCK barreling over to him. It's a 1v2. Zelsa still alive and kicking. Doubled up how to Loud play it. So many options, and there it is. The bait and switch. A slight jiggle.
7-5 for Loud is
so much tighter from Loud compared to earlier on in this stage. They're hitting their shots, but they're also setting themselves up for the kills better. SDK said that this was...
It's okay, but it's not great.
Previously, fake Loud. Don't pay attention to it. And I'm inclined to agree, they look way better.
Finally, playing up to their potential.
And they've
been waiting for.
They put Sen in a horrible spot here.
They certainly have. Well, that being said, River's standing by with Loud's manager. See what he has to say.
Thank you, gentlemen. I am joined by Boya here on stage. We're going to talk about the team a little bit, obviously, as the manager. Looking at how Loud has integrated players over the years, Tui, Kawanzin, and now QCK, what's kind of that dynamic? What does it look like when Loud integrates a player?
I think the most important thing is they feel welcome by the org and by the players that already was in the team. So I think that's the most important thing when they get to the team and they're new there.
And looking at how long you've been with the team, what do you feel like has stayed the same to that core of Loud?
For sure, Reeve, the mindset of working hard and working smart. This is the most important thing that they kept them in the mind since I started working with them.
All right, and looking at how you work as a manager, what is the most important thing for you to look out for on a game, on any day?
On any day, make sure they are all fed. Make sure they are smelling good, having showers,
a nice
taking
mentor
showers,
too,
and practicing a lot. This is my job.
Anything from today? Anything you had to do specifically today?
Listening to a good music, good Brazilian music to hype them up to the match.
All right, you got to hear good beats, good music, good management. That's how Loud's taking it. Back to you guys at the desk.
Oh, higher in ranked. I need to be in the shower, eating food, listening to Brazilian music. Yeah, that's what I've taken away.
3 keys to victory. Good hygiene. Goes amiss sometimes if you go into Valorant ranked, but no, listen, it's got to be done. It's a large lead, arguably, especially if the pistol round will go the way of Loud here as we look forward to this next half.
And just taking a look at the scoreboard, Brent, it's another situation where Kawanzin and QCK are up towards the top. When the game plan is working, these players are put in positions for success and they're delivering. What we've seen earlier on in the stage is that Les was having to run around and try and make the hero plays and wide swing people. That's not the case. Les is 3 and 6, arguably the biggest fragger on Loud. It's other people filling in here, arguably the right people if you want that success.
Set the sights towards the pistol round here. It's so damn important that Sentinels are able to battle back at least. Get that early beginning under their belt. They just stave off this aggression so far by Loud. It's that aggro play, nice and early.
Here.
After that initial skirmish towards A, they were expecting a pivot in another direction. Tuiz hasn't heard anything. Only now he's going to call that Dizzy was used.
How fluid the Loud players are as well into the minimap. I mean, they're full rotating tons of players away.
Yeah, but as soon as Tuiz realizes there's no follow-up, they go back to A, and there's still 3 players here. heavy defense, and that's exactly where John's called them towards. That wasn't enough pressure on Tui's. He didn't believe it.
Let's see the cross here. That's my question. He's playing on top rafters into that corner. There is possibilities. Now they've definitely seen it. Acknowledgement. At least with the bodies being shown, and what a shot. Right onto Zekken. Moving the spearhead really for Sentinels. Initiating factor going to be going down there, so a couple of players might have to step up and take matters into their own hands. And John QT winning this fight is one of them. If he wins the 1v1, he can call for the pivot over towards B, but right now, 2 years, it's making it so damn difficult for them, and less as well, plucking them apart. Pieces falling here, away at the wayside. Sentinels finding it so damn rough to even get a foothold. Spike needs to be planted. It's a deeper position. Will there be any punishment? John defending the approach.
That's a massive turnaround. John there with Sassy have just flipped things so that Sen might be able to win this.
It's about how he holds his ground here. It's going to be rooted to the spot as well, but there are blind spots to play around. Tens running forwards, full sprinting with the flash. That's just to set up John, but he can't claim the second one and leaves it to Sassy.
Sassy windows.
Plan out open, pre-fire into the corner. Sassy is almost getting his head taken clean off. Util flying dart, Vanish 1v1.
I told you. Holy shit.
Delivers it against his former team. A Red Bull clutch.
And an incredible turnaround. This round should have been Loud's. All of the opening picks were going in their direction. Tens with his dying breath through the flash for John, and that failed. Left hand of Sassy, the 1v3 wins that he has had this year while playing Gecko. They couldn't be coming at better times. This one looks poised to set Sen up for a drawn game at 7-7.
That's a cheeky approach there. Let's just a slide off angle, see if you can get a misstep from Sentinels. They open himself up wide for the sheriff shot, but it's diligent.
Another part to Sassy getting that 1v3 win is that his Thrash is so close.
Taking his early peaks.
Yeah, and they are dealing with the threats early here.
Trying to plan here. Spike retrieved. In with this high tide that is quite pesky to deal through, but going to be stopping the bullets. Not anytime soon here. Ten's even thinking of making a go of things with the pop flash play. Well, good connection against the Bucky. It's a brave fight. It's followed up though.
Loud's defense of B was one of the things that they were getting punished for in the game against Cloud9. A reminder again, that's the last time we saw Loud playing these two maps, Lotus, Icebox. They lost to C9. And Oxy was just able to go in on B, find entries, and then the attacking team was waiting to cycle these Viper walls. And Loud just found it so difficult to defend against that.
Such an important pistol and follow-up here for Sentinels. I mean, you think about it, turns the other way, you're looking at a 9-5 half on a map that Sentinels need to win. It's another reminder for you as well. There's no guarantees of the playoffs for any of our, America's attendees of Madrid.
No, not at all. In fact, they're some of the teams least likely to make it. That Thrash, massive component in the bank of Sen here.
Nice snake bite as well. Got to push back that aggression of QCK. Nobody can play up top towards pipes, and so Sassy's given that freedom. Sends it forwards now with a Thrash. Moving a little bit off there. I think he wanted to send it over the top towards 410, but he has got his team into the site nevertheless. Now it's a double face. That is nice. The discipline on show here by Loud. Showcasing as well some of the strengths of them, but they've layered down that post-plant util now with the plant in position. And Nana Swarms potentially broken into the mix. It's actually hard to tell here. Maybe even slightly off, but they're going to be spraying it down anyway. With the Phantoms in play, Tens pressing forwards. The underhanded flash, not really finding too much value. QCK, what a time to come alive. High tide as well. The counter spam from all the rifles. Cove now has to be bursted down, and Celsius just not enough bullets to do the job.
So Sen's bonus is not going to find any value there. Not even really that much damage to what Loud were going for. And I think that Sen are going to have to readdress the way that they play the post plants if they want success. They can't just be playing off like that as much as they would like to. There needs to be some level of aggression. Because otherwise, you saw how quick Loud were. They ran in, they dominated Rafters immediately. With the Cascade and then the High Tide. You've got to be able to force that out a little earlier, I think. But we'll see whether they change that approach once the rifles are fully out.
On a knife's edge of the series. QCK's been disrespecting this early knife that's thrown out, just tags him. He's willing to hold his ground for but a moment, make sure that nobody can overstep it. It's hard to clear him from that top pipes position, even if you do get tagged.
That is a risky pickup of the orb there. Less holding. But there were opportunities for Sen to spam that. You know, they'll hear Tui's running away. So the idea is that it plays them into less.
Soundbait. Smoked up, covers across, less choosing to respect it. A re-clear from Loud as well, with the drone going to be used to try and set QCK forwards. It's a good tag. As he realizes two players, though, it's taking a timing as well. 10's too much to account for, especially when the dart was just offloaded.
Tui's slipping back into yellow now that Sentinels do not have the knife to clear it.
This is brutal for Sen. How do you even find a foothold? Dizzy. Over and through here with the updraft dash. Second right behind him, the cover at his feet. 2 years. It's the way you're evacuating that man. Decayed to single digits, almost stepping into the snake bites. But he survives. Looks to breathe another day. And all that U-turn lock coming flying out. This is Loud. Pushing him back and away. Hunter's Fury. Any sort of connections would be lovely for them, but no kills. At least a one. John QT. With him dropped now. It's falling apart.
Can they drop the wingman? They
They
can.
can at least send in little bro there to get the plant down, but
It's
no.
over.
Spam down.
Denied by Sadak, who's able with the high tide to take some heavy high nest position. Loud looking great in this round. What an aggressive timing on that play towards A. Off the back of the drone tag, just walking all the way up. So unexpected. And then once you get into this position in the round, Loud just already have all the information. They know that it's coming in their direction. They have the Silver ult to play off, and they have bodies in the right spots.
The way that Loud are taking these fights, being proactive with this particular composition. I've seen a lot of teams fumble it, to be honest. Trying to take those aggressive fights, but
it's tough.
Yeah, when they have that Hunter's Fury as well, it makes it so much more easier for them. Again, we'll see if QCK gets pushed back and away. Dart timinged. Dropping down though. QCK's gonna hear this. Activating the dash. Will be chance. Any opportunities? His return with a fire. A little bit too greedy there. Oh, pause gonna be called here by Sentinels. Just the Nano Swarms popped off and deaded. Loud though, looking to flood their way back in, straight over the top. Pushing into the fight. 10s! Made a mockery of them.
Sen just decided in this round, we're not going to use any utility. We're going to save it all for the post plan, and we're just going to run at you. And as it turns out, they're good for those. They are good for those. Less is left in an unwinnable 1v4. I don't know whether Sen are going to be able to pull off that kind of strat again, but for example, the way that they contest QCK, there wasn't that early round knife.
No.
There wasn't a Dizzy to try to push him off the angle. They just swung him, killed him, and then continued running all the way into backside. There was one Dizzy thrown from Sassy, and they realized that Loud were playing, broadly speaking, offsite, and they just ran it down.
Definite chances for it to get messy as well. They're running right through the Nano Swarms, but one on the board to get them a little bit closer now to potentially that even scoreline. That kill, I mean. And QCK overstaying his welcome there because he still has that dash, but punish for it, opens up the sight. Maybe that is part of the playbook now for Sentinels. They want to play fast and loose, increase the tempo.
Yeah, play fast, try to get plants down early, and then save a lot of utility for post-plan. But if they can access the B ult orb here, they'll also have null command. And that's going to be very difficult for Loud to hold on there, because they're normally trying to defend with the Harbor util.
Line up in the Dizzy, it's all well timed. Especially with the knife, and now without all gain, that's exactly what you were talking and describing about. It's a null command. It's emanating forwards, and it will set up Sentinels at least to try and get that plant down. And a swarm, yeah.
Break the nano!
I mean, not broken.
You use the null command, you see it on the floor, break it!
Now the spikes drop down. Precarious situation.
It's a major blunder for Sen, because they should have been in a post-plant right now. They're basically sat in post-plant positions. The only difference is, Little Bro got minced by Nano bots or whatever. So they're throwing the next wave of utility. That is really devastating molly pressure.
Getting delayed again, though. It's another nanoswarm from Sadak, and guess what? This guy is going to be causing all sorts of issues. Kawazin combines his might with the rest of the team, and Sadak clapping back.
You see how different things are when Sen still have to get the plant down. It's just
in the end, yeah.
It's just an enormous blunder from them.
When you expend everything to get the plant down, you don't even get it.
Yeah. I mean, Sadak just runs away from tens and then flicks back around and gets the nanoswarm. And there goes the wingman. Kaplan's gonna insta-call a timeout here because that was Sentinel's opportunity to take control of the game. Get things up to 9-9 and then be in a spot to move their momentum forwards. And now they're scraping the bottom of the barrel for buys. They've wasted one of their big ultimates and Kaplan's gonna be giving them an earful. If Sen lose this game, there is an extremely high chance that they are not making playoffs. There's still more to be decided. Still more matches to be played between both of these groups. But Sen would be at the bottom of the Alpha group.
Yeah.
That's a tragic fall from grace from the team that won Masters Madrid. And they've been having even games. It hasn't been like Loud, where they've just had rough circumstances and been getting dominated for a couple weeks. They've been back and forth. They just haven't been able to get the dubs in the column.
For the Madrid winners, I mean, listen, not making Shanghai, not even making playoffs. Unthinkable for them. I'm sure Kaplan will be grateful for a bit of rest. Guy, he works hard.
Yeah, but I don't think he'll see it like that.
No. And so for Sentinels here, it is a must-win onto this map here with Loud. One already up into the series and holding this lead nice and steady for them.
And I think it's very possible Sen have just wasted their best opportunity. Coming into this one, top frag Assassi with the Sheriff.
And how do you take it? This early high tide is really annoying to get through. Works its way across the B angle and down into bottom mid.
If you remember, back to the way that Sen won on Icebox in Madrid to push them across the line and take the trophy, Zelsis just was annihilating people. He had a read, he had the confidence, he could feel the fact that they were going to win, and he ran over people. Zelsis, right now, bottom of the scoreboard, has found it really difficult to get going in this match, on both maps. I'm sure he's still there for them in the comms, but...
Yeah. Only just going even. The firepower is just there today for Loud. I mean, we're talking about QCK and Kawazin going negative in almost all of their games of stage 1. What a time to go alive. And Zelsis, that's a nice punish.
Yeah, that's a great opener.
That's set up the Loud had. Yeah, they had less just watching for the belt angle. I thought it was going to be pretty much flawless there from Loud, but it's a big first kill. It's pulled rotations away. Kawazin going for re-exploration. Doesn't even know what the potential angle should be. Kills there, and it's traded. And for one, a rifle will be available and ready and waiting here for Sassy. Sends it forward now with Thrash. Now space has to be taken. Deep position, Sadak! Anticipation! Expecting like Zekin's gonna be there with only 13 seconds left. Who's gonna be defending this one? Wingman, gotta get that plant down, and he will do just so. 3-on-3.
Welcome to my
Hits there.
If Sadak is given a kill, this round's gonna be very difficult for Sentinels.
Encroaching forwards though. And if Sadak doesn't get the kill, does he even choose to use the ult? Time might be running away from them at this point here with the pit online. It's a spam, they know the position, he's playing the lineups. The pit's dropped down, Sassy. Isolated, dropped down as well. Close quarter! Close quarter action!
2 hits.
How the hell allow navigating situations like that?
What a find onto John Cutie! What an identification of where he was going to be playing inside the pit.
That's just so heads up, knowing that he's going to be playing the lineups from that spot.
But also, a little bit of luck involved as well, you've got to say. Because if they don't instantly kill John there, it's over for them. There isn't enough time, the pit stays up, and Sen have won the round.
Player stand.
But what a difference that one pick makes. And Sen continue scraping the bottom of the barrel. And Kaplan is so frustrated about that one.
It's desperate times here for Sentinels.
Get out of my way.
Money all over the place. Second will have the Blade Storm. What's the call to be made? They're pushing. They want to go aggressive. Going to be meeting their match. Pound for pound. Blade Storm snapping with a rifle. Tasty prize. All the distraction that Loud needed to just cut away two of these Sentinels players.
Great work playing off each other. The swings from QCK and Kawanzine using less as that piece of bait.
Do you in back?
Trying to utilize their attack side ultimates to make this one winnable still.
Loud won't disrespect it.
The problem is, how do you stop Sadak from just using his own ult?
Yeah.
Play aggressive in the post plan.
In position.
And how do you even do that?
Play aggressive over towards screens? That's so tough.
Yeah, how do you do it? You have to give up the space. Trust, I suppose, that you've got the utility to at least try and delay this one.
Two
the mosh pit, you have two, yeah, I mean, the snake bites. There's a chance for it.
There is, but it's tough.
It's going to be really tough, especially because the positioning, look at this, it's so damn expected. QCK holding for the bell swing. Snake bites over and above. A first tap, and yeah, punishing it for the swing and face out.
He saw
All
him.
the util in the world can't save you from this spot. John QT, it'd have to pull off a miracle, and it's not ready for them. Up to 12 again for Loud. Then maxing here with the ults as well, even in the final few moments.
Getting the Hunter's Fury for Kawanzine. And this is excellent from Loud.
Yeah.
This is them back to what you're expecting to see. Not just going for the individual plays, but having that setup. Where Les takes one angle, QCK covers the swing to punish. They back up, play the ults effectively, are ready for the kind of stuff that Sen are going to throw at them. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, Loud to come alive. I mean, the one consistency with Loud, you can never count them out. This team has gone through these slumps. You just cannot count them out.
What's mad about this as well, though, Brent, is that Loud winning this game might mean that neither of these teams go to Shanghai. It's so bonkers what we've got here in Americas.
Reality we could be facing.
Because remember, it is still tough for Loud. They were 0-3 coming into this match, looking just for their first win. So they've still got a big uphill battle. But this looked like QCK is going to attempt to do what Zekken was able to on the defense earlier.
A lot of angles to watch for here. Both flashes commit.
Nice shot.
That is disgusting work.
So fast. Senna trying to get into spots to punish that. And QCK is quicker than Zekken to get onto a good angle.
Dash to disengage and away. They have lost control of mid. They're aware of that fact.
But the dart going out over towards A allows Loud to start stacking the B site. It's so tough. Senna very rarely got into good positions. And when they did get into good spots, they made the mistakes to throw the round away. Could Zelsis maybe be a difference maker for them in his deep lurk position on Tube? Or is this just where Loud close it out? Look at that timing.
Just about missing each other. But the shots are fired and that gives Les the go-ahead. Drops down this pit. There's 23 seconds left. This is for the series. This is for the map. One found in mid. Flash forwards. Trying to clear the way here for Sassy to get that plant online, and it's all about the game of those timings. Fights to be taken all over the place. Les, he drops 10s. Cowers
Oh,
in.
Sassy.
It's two left to stand against it. But this
It's
Loud
over.
team, you can never count them out. John makes a good go of it. Cove out wide. Can't defend it. Got to spray it down on the way, but 2 years. He's just sticking it. And Loud. With that being said, it's 2 maps in their favor. A series 1. And who knows how that's going to work for the playoff contention. Chaos has been strewn into the mix.
And Sen City left silent, broadly speaking, here. As the Loud fans in the back cheering it on. It was a difficult first win in stage 1 for Loud.
Yeah.
And to take it against the team that's been their biggest rival this year. Massive success. This was the real Loud. Just as their coach was saying during that interview. For Sen, they have a better record than Loud, but they are in as difficult a spot, basically. This loss for Sentinels makes it almost impossible that they're going to make playoffs.
Yeah, certainly out of their own hands.
There is a chance.
There's a chance, but I mean, out of all the universes,
exactly,
it's looking unlikely. But this time, today, it's Loud. We're going to win the day, and they're going to take a bow. They played so damn well, I have to say. The discipline was there. And from what the coach was saying, he's saying what we saw prior was the fake Loud. This is the real Loud that we're seeing here and now.
They had game plans. They had sharpened up both of the maps that we saw from them, Sen weren't able to put enough pressure on with those flood retakes.
And the players were hitting.
They
Bringing up
were.
Kawazine and QCK actually putting up big numbers as well. When they've been that sore spot for Loud so far and split.
Again, I want to point out, Kawazine and QCK were the top players in both maps. These are the only maps in stage 1 where both of those players have been positive, and they dominated. What a turnaround.
Yeah, great time to do it.
And Wingman haters loving that final shot as 2E's was able to sneak it away. But I think Loud had proven that they were in control of this game too. Sen, a couple of upsets, a couple of mistakes, and we're seeing that kind of slump from them on the return back from Madrid. They just can't find those details to their play that will push them across the line to get them to that victory and that trophy hoist.
There's difficulties for you, honestly. When you reach the top of the mountain, you have a target on your back. And you go in, you know, there's a lot to overcome. There's a lot to just evolve your own gameplay with the maps. You're essentially starting with everybody having witnessed your gameplay. It sounds like a lot of code right now for Sen, but it's because there's a lot of fans right now, right next to me. But seriously, they can still come back from this. Playoffs, out of their hands, arguably.
Yeah, I think
there's chances, but it is out of their hands.
It's complicated.
It is complicated. With that being said, let's send it down to Riv. He's down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by last after their victory, Loud's victory over Sentinels. I have a lot of fans cheering against Loud today, but it did not matter. As SDK said, it is a true form of Loud, and that's my first question, Les. What does that mean to the players? What does it mean when Loud's playing in true form?
O que é isso? O que a verdadeira Loud significa?
Bom, eu acredito que nos últimos jogos estava dando tudo errado pra gente, sabe? Não é nem que a gente estivesse jogando mal, mas realmente parecia que nada estava a nosso favor no jogo. E dessa vez foi diferente, a gente conseguiu mostrar.
Tomorrow we have
Quando, tipo assim, a gente joga o nosso 100%,
I
é
guess
diferente.
later today, depending.
Going our way, we weren't even like
We have Cloud9 Furia.
We were just unlucky. But today,
And then Energy V Geniuses. Energy and V Geniuses is high because of like Demon One and Ethan and stuff like that.
Essa pergunta agora pode ser
I think Energy is better. I hope they don't lose.
quando você entrou
Like,
quando vocês entraram pro jogo.
every Geniuses
Cara, a
is
gente tá
like
com muita esperança, a gente não
Derek
esperança nenhum
and
segundo que a gente pode
above,
se garantir nos playoffs.
you know.
Com essa vitória a gente consegue
Outside
dar
of
mais
that,
passo perto dos playoffs,
they are not
então com
like
certeza esse é o foco
looking
da gente se garantir a nossa vaga para a próxima fase.
really good.
The focus is the playoffs. We're still very hopeful that we're gonna make it. So that was the main focus today, to get into this game and keep fighting for the playoffs.
Well, every win is a good one. It's pressure because of
But yeah,
elimination on the other
my
side.
money is on
You're looking at
C9
G2
because
coming up
Furia
next.
is
How are you
really
feeling?
bad.
Will the prep
Like,
change, or is it just Loud going to be in true form again?
Próximo desafio contra G2, tem algum preparação
Furia is
específica para
probably
eles
the
ou vocês
worst
só vão
team
continuar o trabalho
in
como vocês
any
sempre fazem?
Acho que o
Americas.
jogo contra a G2 vai ser muito difícil, principalmente que a gente enfrentou poucas vezes eles. Então vai ser um jogo vai ser bem complicado mesmo e vamos com tudo.
Yeah, we're expecting a very difficult game against G2. We haven't faced them in a lot of times, so. But we are expecting to bring a good game and you know just go for it.
Awesome. I actually want to ask as well about today, about Sentinels. Looking at game 1 on their map, did you expect to be able to take Lotus so quick on the first half and be able to hold out second, or were you thinking to go, this was 3?
Voltando o foco para
Damn,
Sentinels,
Crew is 4-0 and they've only lost
vocês
one
conseguir
map.
dominar assim tão rápido?
Cara, a gente analisou muito a notas deles, porque eles jogaram muitas vezes no campeonato, então a gente tentou fazer muito antitático, não imaginava que ia ser um jogo tão bom, mas sim, a gente esperava ganhar.
Crazy stuff.
Well, they've been playing a lot during this championship.
Meanwhile,
so we've been watching it
is
and,
0-4 and they've
studying
lost
Lotus.
2
so
every
we had a
single
lot of
time.
information from this game today.
Well, it seemed like it. All the homework was done. The win comes in. Congratulations on the victory. Let's hear it one more time for Les. Loud taking home the win and the cheers behind him the whole time. Do not go anywhere.
They
We're gonna take a
won
quick commercial break. When we
48
come back,
rounds for,
Doc's on the desk. I don't even know how they fit
and
so many
they've
players
lost
over the analyst area.
104
Don't go anywhere. It's
rounds.
gonna be great.
Yeah, MIBR and Furia are like the 2 worst team by far. And after them, probably EG, Heavy Geniuses. So yeah. I'm gonna call it for VCT, like, I don't really want to watch the fucking post-show. Gonna go play some PUBG, some chill PUBG, probably. Stream is not that long, it's only 4 hours. Yeah, I mean, it's the 2020, so 1 hour per games, I guess. Okay. Hello, hello. Test. Test, test, test. Yeah. Let's go PUBG for a bit. Oh, the fucking volcano map? Oh, please not that map. I fucking hate that map. I need a bigger bag. I need a bigger bag. Blah, blah, blah. I need a bigger bag. Damn. I don't have a lot of steam, my healing is okay. My scopes are okay. I'm starting to like the holographic more and more. There's a guy over there. No? Yeah, of course, my dude. Of course. You instantly unload on me and fucking shoot 3 bullets before I can even like fucking scope on you and shit. For sure, man. I think I'm gonna call it for today. Oh, I need to re-roll my fucking missions. Use 1 medkit, destroy 12 map, let's re-roll it. 100 meter away. Yeah, that should be doable. If I can get a fucking fair fight. Not some fucking random. Okay, probably my last game. Oh, I'm just at the limit. I hate endings in fucking Georgia Paul. It's gonna end here. I'm gonna close either. That's not a spawn, right? think I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it. See you tomorrow. And yeah. So Cloud9 Furia and then NRG V Geniuses. Bye bye.